with our nets and the gear we're faring on the wild and wasteful ocean. It's out there on the deep we harvest and reap our bread as we hunt the bunny shoals of a herring. Oh, it was a fine and a pleasant day out of Yarmouth Harbour I was faring as a cabin boy on a sailing lugger. We were following the shoals of herring. Now you're up on deck, you're a fisherman. You can swear and show a manly bearing. Take your turn on watch with the other fellas as you're hunting for the shoals of herring. Now we fished the swart and the broken bank. I was cook and I the quarter sharing, and I used to sleep standing on me feet as we hunted for the shoals of herring. We left the home grounds in the month of June, and for canny shields we soon were bearing with 100 cran of the silver darlings that we'd taken from the shoals of herring. In the stormy seas and the living gales, just to earn your daily bread you're faring from the Dover Straits to the Faroe Islands, and you're hunting for the shoals of herring. Well, I earned me keep and I paid me way, and I earned the gear that I was wearing. Sailed 1,000,000 miles, caught 10 million fishes. We were hunting after shoals of herring. Your net rope man now, boy, you're on the move, and you're learning all about seafaring. That's your education, scraps of navigation as you hunt the bunny shoals of herring. Night and the day the seas were daring. Come wind or calm or winter gale, sweating or cold, growing up, growing old or dying, as you hunt the bunny shoals of a herring.
Welcome everybody, welcome to the stream, welcome to today's episodes of Uboat. I hope you enjoyed that nice little sunset, dawn actually, over there. And yes, we are also hunting. We're not hunting shoals of herring. We are hunting shoals of American and British Canadian freighters. That's the core difference. But apart from that, I do like the song very much. It really captures the spirit of seagoing. So, where are we at the moment? We are south of Halifax. And actually quite funny that the song mentions out of Yarmouth Harbor I was faring, and we're right next to Yarmouth. So, we are currently within Operation Drumbeat, which is the area of operations that I have marked down on the map here. It is a huge operation area. We have already fulfilled our mission objective, patrolling in the vicinity of Halifax by just sinking basically one big old tanker. That was already enough for high command. And now we are simply going to continue hunting for more transports and tankers, freighters, you name it, until we run out of food and torpedoes, and then we're gonna go home. Speaking of food, we can probably restock our galley. That might be a nice idea at this point. Because getting over the big old pond has already taken quite a bit of supplies out of our boat. And we want our crew to remain happy and highly motivated. I can probably take bread. Fresh bread before it goes stale. Absolutely. Yeah, we have varied dishes and normal lighting. Our crew is very, very happy. There has no fatigue is setting in yet because they just returned from their shore leave before we set out to sea. And since it's the 1st of February, I have once again managed to get my crew off on Christmas and New Year's. Let's hope that we can continue this tradition all throughout the war. And yeah. So, it's now 1942, the Americans have just joined the war, and we are here raiding their shoreline. I hope you guys have a fantastic Sunday. So, let's do some time skipping. Up until, let's say, 4 PM, and then do some diving. Five minutes to 4. Alright, both engines full ahead. Ahead full. Ahead full. You always say the direction and then the speed. Now I do wonder if I tell them to go away. Is there anyone left on watch duty? No, there isn't. Only Angler. Okay, cool. So you guys help with the hydrophone and the engine. He's on break. He's not doing anything. So now my visibility range should be pretty much... Yeah, once he goes, should be nil, shouldn't it? Let's see this. Check the map. Because what I did last time is I was thinking, right, I always have a crew on deck with either Alfred Engler's watch or Scholz's watch, and they've got 2 sailors on there. So there really isn't any reason for me to have sailors on that duty, so I took them off it, so they can take care of everything else. Because I do like a good functioning watch system, in which no one is actually working too much. Missing workers, conning tower. Yeah, workers, yeah. And I do now have, on the best weather, I have a visibility of 1 mile. Okay, and that's just this dude looking out on a smoke break, I guess. Cool. Okay, we have reached our designated speed. What's the chart depth here? 200 meters. Okay, so we can go down to 100. No problem. Yeah, sorry to break your smoke break short there, buddy. And down we go once more into the deep blue.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
And ahead dead slow.
Kleine Fahrt voraus. Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter.
Now what's our hydrophone looking like? We really have best reception today.
65 Meter.
But there's nothing here. Okay, we're gonna stay down for an hour and then resurface. Yeah, nothing. Okay.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Ahead slow. And blow ballast.
Blasen. Ja?
Aktuelle Tiefe 100 Meter. ...85 Meter.
Meter.
And up we go.
Meter. 25 Meter. 5 Meter. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Greedy. Usually the CO is the first to go up, but okay. Let's quickly get the bilge dry. And turn on the electric compressor. There we go. And then let's activate our noise lock so the people can actually sleep. We only shot those 3 torpedoes at the... Well, one at the A1 coastal carrier, and then a coastal transport, and then 2 on the tanker, where one of them missed. But we're still looking good on the torpedo side of things. Carry on, boys, don't let me disturb you. Give you some privacy. Because with lower enlisted men, man, it's best if you don't hear what they talk about. Same as with the petty officers, but we need this bulkhead open, unfortunately.
Man merkt nie, wie sehr man die kleinen Dinge vermisst, bis man auf See ist. Wie eine gute Scheibe Brot oder ein kaltes Bier.
Well, I don't have beer for you guys, but we do have bread. We have fresh bread that we got from our milk cow, so we are actually kind of happy, kind of lucky in this regard. Well, that's not going to last long, because it's going to go stale. But on the first days after resupply, food must have been, well, not good, but better than on the rest of the trip. And not long until our pens are built. There we go. Oh, I've got an achievement for that. Safe and sound. Build all U-boat bunkers in a campaign started before March of 41. 1.8% of all players have this achievement. Complete all phases on the campaign Black Pit. 1.8% of all players have this achievement. People, you need to play this game more. What's going on? Oh, we are researching the T3 torpedo. Nice. What else can we get? Conning towers will be available on the 1st of April. Okay. The G7E T3 torpedo. Now we know G7 is the, I think, the diameter. No, the length. 7 meters torpedo. G7 is the length, and the diameter is 534.5 millimeters, 24 inch. And the E stands for electric. And what is the difference to the T2? So the G7E comes in two variants, the T2 and the T3. The T3 represented a vast improvement over the early T2. The faulty exploders from the T2 were scrapped in favor of a new design. Yeah, okay. In favor of a new design. The T3 had a range of 7.5 thousand meters. Pretty nifty, and could reach up to 30 knots. Okay, yeah, that's not good. Wet Beta torpedo, which was used at night for the rest of the war. It remained the only torpedo used by surface ships, though. The T2 was used for day attacks. Okay, why? Okay, and that's where we get the Flächenabzug torpedoes. So the torpedoes that just go in patterns and use a search pattern until they hit something. And the bearing. What's that word? Lageunabhängiger torpedo. Bearing irrelevant. Bearing independent torpedo, I guess. Like, it doesn't matter. You don't have to line up your boat. You don't have to line up your target 30 degrees to the port or starboard to have them in your firing arc. You can just fire from wherever. Okay. With the T3, U-boats were deadlier than ever. Okay. Well, I haven't really much used the T2 because of all of the problems. I've just been using the T1 all the time. And that comes in May. And then the snorkel should be very, very late. And the Borcom device comes in October.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Now it's 7, almost 8 a.m. Let's do a quick little hydrophone check before the sun comes up.
Melden Sie mir die aktuelle Tiefenmessung. Meter Kiel, 1, 8, 3 Meter, 100 Meter.
No, I just want to
Ja,
see if I finally understood that echo sound. I want to use it myself. 183 is what we get, okay. Ultrasonic waves are not detectable to the enemy. Hello mode. There it is. Our shallow mode goes up to 120 meters, okay. Blip. Blip. Yeah, okay. I get it.
aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
And we are below the surface. You guys
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe
do
gebrauchen.
other tasks now.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloi.
And we slow down.
Kleine Fahrt,
Get slow ahead.
voraus.
25 Meter.
Menzel, what's the word? Got something?
Vierzig Meter.
Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 75 Meter.
95 Meter.
Doesn't really seem like we've got anything.
Meter.
Nope, nothing. Okay. Let's wait until it's 9 a.m.
95 Meter.
Actually, let's wait until it's 10 a.m. and then we'll go back up. Yeah, nothing's coming out of those harbors at the moment. Well,
Bestätige.
100 Meter.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
no.
Anblasen.
Oh!
Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
H, the key H, toggles diving to 50 meters or surfacing. That's pretty cool. Actually meant to press U.
Meter.
My boat is dry.
Meter.
Now, do we have a depth gauge back here? No. I mean, what for? Well, actually, the engine room probably needs one, eh? And that they know that they can safely power up the diesel? No?
15 Meter.
Guess not.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
I guess it's safe to say that we have surfaced, yes. Turn on the air compressor. I was gonna say, the engine sounded a bit high rev there. There we go. Yes, you can. I have actually done it before. On my last playthrough, I surrendered my boat at the end of the war in New York, right in front of the Statue of Liberty. I mean, we can do that on this trip if you want to. We're pretty close to New York. Where is it? All down here? Yeah. See if we can find some contacts down there.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Why the hell not? Make some photos. It's gonna be good for the newspapers.
Langsame Fahrt
And ahead
voraus.
slow. Let's make some way. I think at 6. Let's make it 9 p.m. so that we've actually covered some distance. There we are, 9 p.m. Oh. Yeah, okay. Can't see anything anyway, so might as well dive.
Tauchen auf 100 Meter.
Let's once again check the depth. Depth below keel. $150. Okay. I finally understood how this device works. Very nice. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, that's the crazy thing. Like when the Americans entered World War II, they were mainly doing it obviously because of Japan. So their entire focus was on the eastern side, and submarine commanders at that time, U-boat commanders reported that they had an it's like a turkey shoot on the
Aktuelle
eastern coast.
Tiefe 5 Meter.
Because,
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
There's a great documentary. I can't remember what it's called. I think it's well, I know the German title, so I wouldn't know the English one. But there was one commander that reported that they expected that the shoreline would be dim,
25 Meter.
that the ships would you know, darken down and all that, and they arrived on the shoreline and all the ships were lit and they could even see cars going along the highway. They could get so close to the shore that they could smell the forests, and they encountered almost no resistance. So I don't think they'll get
40
me.
Meter.
Right, we are below. You guys help
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe
around
gebrauchen.
with other tasks.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin.
Aktuelle Tiefe 60 Meter.
But it does
80
not look
Meter.
like we have
Herr
contact.
Kapitän?
Aktuelle Tiefe
Yeah, but let's
100 Meter.
switch on the blue
Auf
light.
Blaulicht
Ja, Kaloin.
schalten.
Make everyone breathe a little bit less. Then let's try and stay down as long as we can, because the weather up there is dreadful. Oh, and I do get a weather report down here. That's funny. I shouldn't know that there's fog up there. Like if I stay down here 7 hours, will I still know that there's fog? That's the question. Oh, and it gets shallow up there.
105 Meter.
Yeah, 20 to 50 meters. I need to raise the boat if I want to sail there.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. 50 Meter.
Why is my game loading in instance? It's that close to the shore that it lets the shoreline, maybe.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Worrying. Why can't I... Oh, am I that close to the shoreline? To the bottom, maybe? Oh yeah, 3 meters below keel.
Tauchen auf 20 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 45 Meter.
I think that's gonna be a thing very, very soon. They bring in the Type 9 long-range submarine, and they call it the Distant Coasts DLC. So they don't only bring in the... Not only do they bring in the submarine type, they also include the some of the missions that they went to, like harassing Allied shipping close to the tip of Africa, and you know, stuff like this. So and I think the only submarines that were sent to the Monsoon Gruppe were Type 9s, so I'm pretty sure they will add Operation Monsoon in the DLC as well. I'm looking forward to that as well, very much so. I love the Type 9, it's my favorite submarine, and I'm very, very angry that Type 21 and Type 7 get all the love. Very, very unfair, I think, because the Type 9s did incredible numbers in the early stages of the war.
Meter.
Low air quality at 4 AM in the morning. Okay. Yeah, let's bring us up to periscope depth. We have those plates? No. Then let's check if the ventilation really doesn't do anything anymore. I think that was patched, but I'm just not sure.
15 Meter. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert. Ja.
Ventilation +4, +6. Oh yeah, that does actually do anything. Something, not anything. But not that much. Yeah, exactly. And I know that they plan to include the Type 21, and I have no idea how they want to do this, because the first ones of these were ready for service in like April 45. So you get to play with it for 1 month or what? Like that's nonsense. They will have to add some kind of alternate history scenario or something, just so that we get to play with the Type 21 for at least a little while. Otherwise it just gets unrealistic, and they tend to be very, very much on the side of realism. The devs are great on this game, they really are. Funnily, I checked it recently when Assassin's Creed Shadows came out, and you know, there was this little joke, or they laughed about how the credits are fucking 4 hours long or something like this. I just, for a goof, went and looked how long the credits of this game are, and it was something like 8 minutes. And in those 8 minutes, they included every single Kickstarter backer. Amazing. Simply amazing. Yeah, okay, so ventilation is already faltering now. Hey, but it did bring us back up to 30%. That's pretty cool. You think helmsman? Oh, they have a watch chains? Yes, they did.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Yeah, now the battery power is becoming the next problem. Yeah, exactly, and that was that's the one that is now in Bremerhaven, is it not? I remember they had, like, on the 8th of May they did a practice run on an attack, but then they called it off because the CO already knew that the war was over, and it was like, okay, let's continue on and go back and surrender the boat. And the rest of them just helped to get refugees out of the East German parts, save them from the advancing Russian army. They were not equipped for fighting yet, so the commanders just loaded up on refugees and tried to get as many of them out as possible. Yeah, battery capacity 16%, air quality 33%. And we have been submerged since yesterday, 2100 hours. So we've been underwater for 10 hours now. That's not a lot. I probably could have gone longer if I had okay, if I had gone dead slow ahead. And the air quality for another 4 hours, so we could do 14 hours, 13 hours with this boat. Good to know for the future, I think. Right, in that case, blow ballast.
Blasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
Then turn on the pump. Return to normal lighting.
Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Actually, on the surface, this thing is actually very good. Yeah, see? If we actually get air from the outside, the ventilation does 400. Full in 4 minutes. And this is great if you have to surface, even though you know that there's enemies up there. Quickly pop up, turn on the ventilation, get as much air as you can, and then go down again. Oh yeah. That's probably one of those situations where I want to use the diesel compressor, not the electric compressor. Yeah, we're halfway full, that's fine. And we should be already dry because we were never that. Oh yeah, okay. Boss one is already turning it off. Lovely. So now the battery capacity should be rising. Yes, it is. But not the battery capacity, the battery charge. Full in 3 hours. Okay, perfect. Perfect, perfect. And we're full. Lovely. Now, when are we getting more better batteries? In May, okay. Wonder if I could possibly dive during the entire daytime. Like when sunset? I mean, it's February, so we're very far north. Well, actually not. Hang on, we're more... Yeah, we're on the level of Spain. Never mind, we're not that low. Maybe I'll try that on the next day. But I still want to do a hydrophone check. And how deep is it here? The chart says 50 to 100 meters. Okay, let's check that. $68 meters. Okay, in that case, bring us down to 30. Okay. Yeah, just bring us down to periscope depth.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Just get us down to periscope depth. Sup, you play U373 only had 3 kills totaling 10 GRT in real life. 10 GRT or 10,000? Well, I've already sank 169,230. Yeah, well, my Type 7... Oh, what was it? My Type 7B or my Type 7C? Oh, I'm in my Type 7C, never mind. For some reason I thought I was on a Type 9 for a second, because we talked about it so much. No. So my Type 7B is U76. With that we did 298,000, so that's the best boat in the war at the moment. And U373 is on the second place. So we did pretty good with this. We just need a bit more, over 100,000 tons to overtake our previous record. And then my Type 2s down here, they did not perform as well. U4 obviously being the worst one, because of the low range, you can't really get anything done with that. And on U150, which is a Type 2 Delta, with that we spent a bit more time than with that. $10,000, yeah, okay. Yeah, I always look up the boats that I take command of. It's kind of funny. I'm actually looking forward to looking up which Type 9s I get once the DLC drops. And I hope I can continue this campaign. If not, then I'll have to start a new one. Which I absolutely will do. Plus, I mean, you guys want to see it too, right? It's been out for a while now. We've all seen the Type 7. Right, we are down, so let's go
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
ahead dead slow and switch to the blue light. I think once the air quality is down to 50%, I'm just gonna start using the ventilator. It's just nothing. Missing cook, why? Doesn't make any sense. You have cook in your starboard watch, don't you? You're the cook. You're just late for work. No, he's just eating, okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 men. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 men in each watch. Seven, 9, 10, 11 equals 10. 7, 8, 9, 10. Can't count to 10 anymore. 10 men per watch. We've got 20 enlisted men, so each watch has the exact same number of men. And cooking is on priority 5, same as cleaning. There should be a cook. Why is there no cook? Oh, is it because he's on the dive planes? And now they're gonna complain that the boat is gonna get dirty because of that cleaning at a lower priority. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it would be a cool thing to do, like, for 3 or 4 hours or something, but I think it would get boring really quickly because all you do is you report to a location and then you wait there for weeks. And you just have to remain hidden. Don't blow your cover. I think it would be cool in the sense that this game would be the first game to do that. Because in all other games, they're just basically NPC characters. But I don't think I would get much value out of that. Why are you wounded, Mr. May? Okay. Air quality 34%. Okay. Whoops.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Send your man to turn on the ventilator.
Ventilation einschalten.
Herr Kaloy?
Let's see how long we can stay under for. "6 a.m. That was long. So hang on. So that's 5 hours to midnight. We dived periscope depth at 7 p.m. 5 hours to midnight and then another 6. Yeah, so 11 hours. Pretty good. Got 2 more hours and 1 more hour of battery power. Okay, yeah, let's not risk it because we might get up there and realize that we have to dive. Though I don't think that's gonna happen. Alright, blow ballast. Plus it's still dark, so we're still good for planes.
Tiefe 5 Meter.
All compartments are dry.
Motoren wechseln.
Nice. I love how the ventilator is louder than the diesel engine. Really quick though. 4 minutes until all the bad air is pushed out of the boat and replaced with fresh North Atlantic. The fresh North Atlantic breeze. And 2 hours until our battery is recharged. Nice. What are you guys having? Beans and potatoes and gravy. Okay. That actually looks like liver, if I'm being honest. Tageszeitung. And it says it twice. Those must be some old news. 22 days old news.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
And there we go. fully recharged. Everything is full. You just don't run into any ships here, it's crazy.
Kurs setzen.
Where's the Statue of Liberty? Something like there, isn't it? I'm not from the US, I don't really know this stuff. I think this is Manhattan and then it's in front of this, right? I have to say, this is a pretty good natural defensive harbor formation here. New York is a good location, I guess. Is Norfolk in the game? That's a question that I'm wondering. No, it doesn't look like it. Was Norfolk a thing back then? Yeah, it was a massacre. They're already all gone. You know, the submarines already took care of it all. Norfolk is here, I think, is it not? Yeah, looks like it. Not in. Oh, look at that. In 1910, Eugene Burton Ely wrote aviation history, and he took off with a double-decker successfully from a rant of the cruiser USS Birmingham. 1801, the Navy built the first foothold. Okay, so yeah, that would be... Norfolk absolutely would be a thing in this timeline, so they should probably add it. Maybe have some spy missions in there. Now in here we want to go in quick. We want to go in and out rather quickly.
Große Fahrt voraus.
Go full ahead. And you can see the diesel absolutely not liking the change in temperature there. But it will accustom. And then Richard May, he will absolutely need the engine specialist skill at some point. But first, he needs salvager. No, he needs mechanic. Engineer recovers some scrap from completed major repairs. Because only one of my engineers needs the skill to make spare parts out of it, but both of them should collect scrap metal. That's important. Oh, it takes a while for the diesel to get accustomed. If they tend to hold on to realism, why bring the 21 earlier into the game? Yeah, I don't think they will. That's the thing. I don't think they will bring it earlier into the game. I think what they will do is they will They will put in a system where you get it in April 45 or something, and then the war lasts until 46, something like this. Like they will make it a designated alternate history mode, I think. Because otherwise, yeah, not really. Otherwise, I wouldn't be really a fan of that. Also, why did I not see your chat message? What the hell? Why is that not displayed on screen? Was that displayed on screen? I am so confused. I'm sorry about this. It was displayed on screen, I just didn't see that. Oh man, sorry about that. I hope you did not leave because you're mad at me. And I'm also gonna I'm gonna stop the chat from deleting old messages. How does that sound? Let's give that a test. There we go. It's working as intended. Oh, okay, that's not what I wanted to do. Interesting. That is not what I would call scratch to screen, but okay. There we go. That looks better. I noticed that there was a bit of my background showing on the bottom. I did not like that. There we go. Let's go into New York. Aha, finally.
Los geht's, Männer. Lasst uns einige Schiffe versenken.
Well, finally, once we make our way into the harbor of the major enemy, there is finally a ship. Right, let's report this contact.
Funkraum besetzen.
Now the diesel's happy.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
And we'll get him. Maybe I should get him on the way out, not on the way in. Just to be safe, but... I might get greedy. That's...
Kaloin?
5 PM. It is February, but we are very far south. So, dusk's a way off.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Funkraum besetzen. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
Diesel besetzen.
Now, if we're at battle stations, we might as well man every station that we can.
Navigation besetzen.
And get all the crew to work.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung. Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Is that even less diesel smoke now? I think it might be. Because I think Lamkühler, or Chief, he should have that skill. Yes, he does. But I didn't see a difference between him not operating the station
Torpedo 1 gewartet.
or him operating that station.
Torpedo 2 gewartet. Torpedo 3 gewartet.
He's maintaining all of them torpedoes, very good. And now that thing is clearly visible.
Vorfluten.
Let's check the new Decker Wash upgrade.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Didn't help, they saw us.
Seid wachsam, aber keine Panik. Wir machen das schon.
I just hope they don't have any weapons. Yeah, the speed immediately drops 2 knots, 3 knots, 4. Oh man. That's reassuring if you're on bridge and they close the hatch on you. I might actually just go at it with the deck gun, if I'm being honest. Because there's no one here. No one to annoy me. I think Scholz is our main man when it comes to the deck gun. Yes, he is. But Engler could learn some, because he's a raw recruit. And halfway to his next level. But I really only need one deck gun specialist, let's be honest.
Ja? Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Zeit, unseren Mut zu testen, Männer.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet. Folgen Sie mir! Alles klar, ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Yeah, okay. Low ballast.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Someone turn on the electric compressor. That still took 15% of our compressed air reserves. I wish I could play that, but that'd probably get copyright struck harder than anything. Or the area of the video would have to be silenced. I'm just gonna order them to leave the boat. Which, if they're smart, they've already radioed my position, and there's already US Air Force, US Army Air Force fighters coming, but I don't think there are.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
We're moving too fast. Yeah, that doesn't make sense to me. Like, you need to have a certain speed to enact this away mission kind of event. But I'm just signaling at the ship that I intend to sink it, and I don't think I need to have slow speed for that. They are leaving the ship. Yep, it worked. After your crew sends the light signals that you are going to sink this ship, commotion is quickly seen on deck. Crew is leaving the ship. Excellent. Now I want Bernhard Scholz, because he can take 3 people. I want my man Mai and my other leading character, and he'll take some guns with him. And we're gonna check what they have on board before we sink them.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
And you are going to man the anti-air
Verstanden, Herr
in
Kommandant.
case we get an unpleasant surprise. Oh yeah, actually, man,
Verstanden,
Bridge.
Herr Kommandant.
have a look out. And if you spot fighters, then you can still start firing. Who are you? What are you doing there? Hang on.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Hang
Jawohl,
on. Did
ich
we
kümmere mich
did we
darum.
just find a bug? Man
Verstanden,
the
Herr
anti-air
Kommandant.
with your friends? And then man the bridge. Does he get spawned on the bow?
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
No. Okay. No idea where he came from then. What have we found? Large caliber and small caliber ammunition. Isn't that handy? I would like to take some, but I can't. Okay. In that case, blow up the ship.
Deckgeschütz besetzen. Alarm beenden.
Perfekt! Einer
Sie gehen
weniger!
unter.
Report the sinking, and let's see if we can... Replacement parts, exotic fruit, okay. Hey, good, we can take the fruit.
Funktelegramm gesendet.
Bestätige.
Now that's cinematic.
Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause. Endlich ein paar Stunden Pause.
Ah, that's why. Yeah, we've cancelled the alarm. So he didn't want to go to sleep because he's actually on duty, but his duty station was occupied by the chief. So that's why he just stood there on deck, didn't know what to do.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Now I'm gonna take your captain and your chief engineer with me. And the rest, I'm gonna give you some food so that you can make it until help arrives. We like some German bread, we're famous for it in the world, so you can assure yourself of the quality. Right, you need 2 men up there. And then
Große Fahrt
let's keep
voraus.
going into New York.
Kurs setzen.
Man, just imagine snapping a photo of the Statue of Liberty and then printing that in the newspapers, basically going, check out where we went. Like, that's gotta be demoralizing for the Americans. Basically saying we can go anywhere, any way we please, you can do nothing about it. Turn on the electric compressor, please. That's the 3rd time I tell you. The 4th time. Charles apparently does it. Don't know why an officer is required to turn on a switch, but okay. Yeah, next time I'll just do it manually. I'll just tell the chief engineer or whoever's on the engine to send his sailor to do it. It's probably quicker. Right, and you can get rid of that helmet, by the way. No need for that.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern. Jawohl, Herr Kaloin. Herr Kaloin.
It's It's right there. Going straight at the port. Port defense is maybe nearby. Yeah, there may be. Let's see. Oh, let's hope we don't run across a mine or something. Ooh, that was a lag. Ooh. I guess the game just loaded in New York. Yeah. That's Manhattan over there. And we're still on the surface, that is crazy. Something's not right today. Or using the deck gun to destroy the Statue of Liberty. Oh, that would be even... Oh, that would be adding insult, injury to insult. This way around. Only way to make this work would be to do that on the 4th of July.
Wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Well, I mean, today is 2 days after the 4th of July, so my American audience is gonna love this. 60% of my viewers are American. You guys are gonna love this. Sorry, I apologize in advance. And no, I'm not gonna shoot at the Statue of Liberty, I promise. I'm not gonna do that.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
I think I see it. Yep. There she is, boys. Well, I know what today's thumbnail is going to be. Yeah, it's crazy, right? I can only change that in the harbor. I'll check that in the harbor, I think. Oh, here we go. AI difficulty hard. Mission completion manual import. Save mode normal. Realistic build. Expanded sailor management. Hardcore aiming mode. Height detection hint. Economic difficulty hard. Morale management hard. Food management. Torpedo flaws realistic. Damage difficulty hard. Stable port solution previews. Yeah. Yeah, I feel there should be more here, shouldn't there? I will have a look. I mean, there's the harbor right there.
Große Gruppe.
Aha.
Alarm! Handelsschuldensicht! 345 Grad!
Yeah, that ship's there definitely. Oh, they have. Ah. Yeah, there's one. I think there's a submarine net close to the Statue of Liberty, if I remember correctly. I think I ran over that last campaign when I tried to surrender in New York. So in the last, like one of the last commands I was giving was like both engines stop, So 3 seconds before I would issue my last command, my last ever command on that boat, I ran across a submarine net. Yeah, I think at that point I might want to dive. Yeah, look at that mast. Dozen, mast, mast, mast. There's a few contacts here. With their own moored, getting cargo stuffed on them. Surprised there's not a single destroyer. Well, I haven't spotted one yet. Doesn't mean there's none here. But I would have expected their defensive line to be here and not here. Kinda seems more natural to have a patrol boat or something out here, doesn't it? Yeah, well, you see, in this timeline, it wasn't U-39. In this timeline, it was U-4. And the Type 2 is actually pretty good at that, because you can just easily slip over the anti-submarine nets. I think... No, actually it was U-150. I think that was the first mission I did on the new Type 2 Delta. I think. I'll have to look at my videos to find out. Yeah, I'll definitely do some torpedoing before I leave. I mean, we're still in the area of operations, so they should count towards my overall drumbeat goal. So this is essentially why I'm here. Not even far-fetched. Oh, thanks for the likes, guys, by the way. Very much appreciated. Cancel the alarm for now. I think I need my crew rested and ready once the shit actually hits the fan, which is gonna happen. We just don't know when. Yeah, and the civilian police does not have any jurisdiction over military members, so. While they're on duty and in uniform, so I will have to insist on them calling the MPs, and while we wait for the MPs, I'm just gonna cast off and go back home. Have some ice cream, buy some comic books. When did they build the Empire State Building? (1930 to 1931), so that's already there. So all the beautiful, yeah, the American Art Deco style. Like we can look at a lot of beautiful American architecture, which they absolutely nailed in that time period. There it is. There it is. Oh, that's brilliant. They actually put in the bloody Empire State Building. I love this. This is brilliant. I think that's supposed to be it, isn't it? Oh, I can't go any further with the camera. Aww. That's rude. I guess I'll have to get closer then. Oh, is the SS Normandy? Is that? Oh no, hang on. It's not the Liberty ship that they've got at the museum, isn't it? No. Oh! Yeah, I just looked it up. Yeah. In 1942, okay. Capsized February 42. Well, maybe we are the ones that make her capsize. Because it is February 42. Yeah. Pier 88. Now where's Pier 88? Let's look that up. Oh boy, okay. So that's somewhere up there? Yeah, just after the bend. Somewhere there. I did not want to go that far up, I'm gonna be honest.
Handelsschiff. 55 Grad.
Das wird nicht einfach, aber wir haben schon Schlimmeres überstanden. Lasst uns ruhig bleiben.
Yeah.
Feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit. Handelsschiff. 55 Grad.
That's the thing, like, they've spotted me, but there's nothing they can do about it, apparently. Like, there should be gun turrets on the coastline, but there's just nothing there.
Handelsschiff. 65 Grad.
That's a bit weird. Devs, get on that. I should not be able to do this. And there's fuel silos. I should probably shoot those.
Deckgeschütz besetzen. Melden Sie sich zur Wache.
Oh, I see gunfire. What's shooting there? Yeah, that is what I would expect. Okay, so their defense line basically is here. I would assume that not to be the case. Yeah, now they've noticed that I'm here. Okay, let's get down.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
I think Norfolk is not in the game yet. Because that should be down here somewhere, and there's no harbor icon for it. But Boston is. So I'm gonna have a look at Boston at some point. Maybe on the next run. Oh, you can actually see the harbor infrastructure there.
Herr Kaloi, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rückblick eingesteuert.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln. Kurs auf
Alright, let's
diese
get a good look of the Lady Liberty. And hopefully not run into a submarine net. Anti-submarine net. I have been told that if you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
Handelsschiff. 110 Grad.
No, it's fine, man. I love chat interaction. It's lovely. It gives me stuff to talk about, and then there's not so much dead air. Beautiful. If I just wanted to play the game by myself in silence, then I would not stream it. There we go. You make them turn back safely? What do you mean? There's a ship. That is so supposed to be the Empire State Building. Have you enough room to turn? Oh, yeah. Yeah, for sure. Look at that. What's my turning circle? Something like this? Yeah, I'm good. Plenty of room to maneuver here.
Tanker. 115 Grad.
Maybe not. What other buildings are there that are characteristic of New York? Obviously the Chrysler Building, but that's not it, and I think that was built later.
Handelsschiff. 300 Grad.
Hmm. Because the reason I'm so interested in this, if you're surprised by this, is that all of these skyscrapers, these are all the same one. These are all just copy-paste. They are not put in there with any sort of love for detail. But this one stands out. This one is different from the others. And so I'm wondering whether or not that's supposed to be some kind of building.
290 Grad.
The Tribune Tower, maybe? Maybe. Because with that big gap in there, it looks like that's supposed to be something that's real. And I'm not native to the US. I was never in New York, so I don't know the buildings. We're not sightseeing, we're doing psychological warfare. We basically make them afraid by the fact that we can even reach the Big Apple. They should be wary of the U-boat threat. I know how to cover my ass, don't worry about that. One of the key aspects of being an officer is that you have to be able to just make up bullshit on the fly. Whether or not it's because of your subordinates questioning you or you trying to hide something from your superiors, you have to be able to make up stupid stuff on the fly. And this operation right here is detrimental, not detrimental, that's the wrong word, essential to the war effort. I'll probably make even more screenshots of Lady Liberty, maybe from the front, so I need to go more west. Yeah, she looks out into the harbor, does she not? She doesn't look towards... No, she doesn't look towards Manhattan, she looks out into the harbor. So actually she should be looking at me, should she not? Oh no, the idea was that ships that come in pass her or something? Like they go like this way, they come from there and then they go through here and then yeah, I mean there's harbor infrastructure over here, so she's supposed to look at them as they leave or enter that. That's a very good model as well. And considering the fact that most players probably never even come here. Oh, hello. That's probably what shot at me then. That's pretty damn good. I like that. Well done, devs. Well done. Oh, hello. That's a tanker.
Kurs 0. Tauchen auf 10 Meter.
No.
Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Periscope depth. Keep calm.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Now that's a thumbnail. That's brilliant. Right in the middle of Manhattan Harbor. No wait, the harbor is called differently, is it not? What's the name? Ah, yeah, Port of New Jersey. That's what it's called. I think. This is New Jersey, I think. This area. You can tell that I'm not really familiar. I'm right though. Damn. Yeah, this is... No, that's Rhode Island, right? Oh, Jesus. Hang on, we're gonna get to the bottom of this. And educate myself a little bit on the US.
Handelsschiff. 225 Grad.
Long Island. Okay. So where's Rhode Island? So that's all New York. So we got Brooklyn is down here. And then that's obviously Manhattan on the island there. That is Staten Island. That should be an island, but it's not. There should be like a river going through here, something like this, or canal rather. Right, okay, okay.
355 Grad.
So where's New Jersey? Ah, okay, okay. So this western area, western bank is already New Jersey. And this down here is all New Jersey. This entire area here is all New Jersey. This Staten Island is still part of New York. And this is all New Jersey. Okay. Yeah, I thought it was the other way around.
Höhenbruch im Bugtorpedoraum. Wassereinbruch im Bugtorpedoraum.
Oh no! Oh no! We hit a mine. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Sind beschädigt.
See, that is the kind of damage I would have expected to run into a lot earlier.
Schaden am Turm.
Schadensbericht. Wassereinbruch in der Zentrale.
Right, we need to block the leak here and block... What's that? Torpedo loading hatch. Block that.
Befehle, Herr Kaloin.
We've lost... we've lost the... Have we lost? Yes, we've lost the power distribution. Okay, so Engler,
Erwarte Ihre Befehle.
get on that.
Herr Kaloin,
One of your crewmates can get on that, yes.
Ja.
wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Ripozo, that's it. They got us finally.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
So you are... Yeah, we need the power distributor back. That's important. And we need
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
stop the leaks, obviously. Yeah, I'm gonna have to reload to save this. They got us. And that's the first time I've hit a mine, by the way. I've never had that before. Thankfully it's not that deep here, so the water pressure is not that bad.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloi?
Oh, there's so many leaks.
Offiziersraum repariert. Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi. Ja? Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yeah, they don't have rebreathers, so they are gonna struggle with that. And they're all dropping now. I should probably have closed the hatches. Yeah, saved some compartments. That would have been an idea, yeah. Well, next time. How many leaks? 6. Did the mine just spawn a leak in every possible location? Well, not all of them, but all of them in the bow for sure. Actually, like, I could already reload now, but I kind of want to know how far I can save this. Crew's probably all gonna die, because we can't get the water out in time for them to be fixed, to be helped. I want to see if maybe at least some of my officers can make it. That's very close to the shoreline for mines, I have to say.
Bestätige. Wird erledigt, Herr Kaloi.
Missing cook, yeah, that's the least of our troubles at the moment. Oh, there is still some area that is not flooded. Ah, because of my noise gate. Yeah, very nice. One more leak, and that's the one in the front. Okay, then in that case, fix power distributor in the front so that we can get the pump going. Pump is functional. Nice. And dive planes. Also something's bugged. Mai is not using his rebreather and he's constantly working underwater.
Herr Kapitän.
And Limecooler's rebreather is almost already gone.
Jawohl.
So there's something not correct here. Yeah, ballast tanks, like we couldn't even have surfaced because the ballast tanks were damaged. And the dive planes were damaged as well. Basically everything was damaged. And now the rebreathers of the officers are failing as well. Can they get out, I wonder? I mean, they kind of made it. Now they just have to wait until the pump empties the CIC. That's ridiculous.
Ventile repariert und dicht.
Oh, and we don't have any more spare parts, is that it? Oh, we do have. Okay.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloy. Bestätige. Bestätige.
Thankfully light bulbs don't cost spare parts. Oh, they can't repair the dive planes because there's too much water in the CNC. Yeah, that makes sense. Now they could resurface the boat after this, but they are not going to be able to get back home because they have no crew. There's just 5 of them. 4 of the crewmen survived. Okay, yeah, but still, that's not going to work. But the pump is actually doing it. Yeah, I would not mind it if the game would just immediately give you the boat was destroyed message when you hit a mine, because a mine would not just cause like 5 leaks or something. A mine would completely take off the entire bow room. Pressure hull would be gone immediately. There's no way a submarine Type 7 can survive hitting a mine. Yeah. And I'm not gonna demand from the devs that they actually model they model a Type 7 without the bow room in order for them to simulate mine contact. This is a bit odd. Yeah, like CIC bilge is completely dry now.
Herr Kaloy?
This is a bit silly. I mean, the mine is still effectively killed me, don't get me wrong. But it would be more spectacular than that.
Schott instand gesetzt! Bestätige.
This was fun though. Yeah, okay, so we got killed by a mine. Nice. Never had that before. I wasn't even sure whether or not mines are actually in the game. I've seen them on the map when you do aerial reconnaissance, but I've never ever hit one. Now we're not going to turn around immediately and just sail out of the harbor again, because we now learned our lesson or something. We have committed to going into New York, and that's what we're going to do. Just a bit different this time, I suppose. I need my propaganda photo of the Lady Liberty. That's what we are committed to doing this. Also shows how incredibly lucky I was last time, because I could have run on a mine while trying to surrender to them. That would have dampened spirits, that's for sure.
Mastspitze, große Gruppe. Peilung 5 Grad. Alarm! Handelsschiff in
Dafür
Sicht!
haben wir trainiert. Wir werden das gemeinsam
345
durchstehen.
Something
Grad!
like this.
Handelsschiff! 15 Grad!
Wir wurden entdeckt.
Yeah, now it was spotted like last time.
45
Still way too late, by the way.
Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger.
Handelsschiff!
Auf
55
Alarm
Grad!
beenden. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloy,
Okay, let's
Sie
save
sind
that,
auf Seemotiv.
because that's what we did last time.
Eingesteuert.
We did cause the alarm in the entire harbor. So let's keep that cannon.
Handelsschiff. 125 Grad.
There we go. There's a ship. There's the tanker. I want that tanker. I'm gonna be honest, I want that tanker. Now there's certainly not gonna be mines that close to their piers, right? So by just sticking to their harbor infrastructure, I should be kind of safe. Famous last words. Well, they could have put mines in here, in this area.
Tanker. 130 Grad.
I mean, the tanker is moored, so it's not gonna go anywhere. Should be able to hit him from here, let's be honest. Angle and bow is a bit shit, but doesn't matter. Yeah, let's do that. Let's not risk it again. We've got our... I've got my thumbnail.
Handelsschiff. 310 Grad. Tanker. 295 Grad.
And there's a propaganda photo right there. You can see her face. That's all we need. Now that is a... what's it called? The T3? T2. T3 and T2. Those are the big ones. Draft 7. First of all, we're gonna need magnetic pistols. Are we on battle stations? No.
Alarm! Aufgefechtsstation!
Denkt alle an eure Ausbildung. Bleibt ruhig und konzentriert.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Verstanden. Betrachten wir es als erledigt, Herr Kaloy. Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
There we go.
Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
Right, enemy speed 0. And the T2 has a mast height of 29 meters. Okay, let's get the mast height scale on the screen and our calculator. Well, we don't need the calculator because, well, that speed is 0, so...
Torpedorohr 1 gewartet.
Ja.
Come on, guys. Open those hatches.
Ja.
Yeah, when we're submerged, we can have them all open, because you guys need to run around and do your reports. And obviously those hatches, I don't know if they do it in-game, but IRL they would obviously make a lot of noise, so we keep them open while we are down here. Good. Let's get back to our firing solution. Now, we see him on the zoom out. Okay, we need the 29 meter scale. So the enemy's mast height is 29. That was already set. I think the last thing I attacked was also a T2 tanker. And his mast, tip of his mast is, that's very hard to see actually. There, 40 milliradian. I would say 40. On the zoom in, that's 2.64 kilometers. It's quite a long shot. An angle on bow is something like this. Now the computer is not happy with that. Doesn't give me good solution. Selected gyro angle receiver does not correspond to this. Ah, that's something that gets switched off during saving and reloading, I guess. Now the computer's happy. Select tube 1 and 4. Maintain tube number 4.
Alles klar. Ich werde mich darum kümmern.
Now we're gonna use a manual spread angle. We're going to use something like 1.5 degrees. Gyro angle will not change, so that's fine. We just need to wait for them to maintain the torpedoes. which he is doing really, really quickly, because first of all, he's good at it, and also with the command and 3 sailors under his command, they are 10% more quicker. What is it?
Torpedorohr 4 gewartet.
Work performance plus 15%, so they're 15% quicker, and he also makes them quicker in and of itself. What is this skill? Torpedo loads 33% faster, so 33% and then 15% on top of that. He's good with torpedoes. Which is why he's gonna maintain the next one as well.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
And then we're gonna flood tube 1 and 3, 1 and 4. Torpedo depth is set to 7. Yeah, last thing I attacked was one of those.
Rohr 1 bewässert. Rohr 4 bewässert.
Now gyro angle is all set. Spread angle for some reason got returned to the previous value. Now we're gonna fire a salvo out of 1 and 4. Lovely. Angle receiver is bow. Lovely. Nothing can go wrong here. Have I missed this? The selected gyro angle receiver has been manually overridden. Gyro angle and doesn't synchronize with the TDC. Yes, we know. Can I... The game does not want me to manually set my salvo spread. It really doesn't. Can I please set my salvo?
Torpedorohr 3 gewartet.
Salvo spread angle 3 degrees. Why? What? Game! You can set the salvo spread to -2? What's the point of that? Right. Set? Yes. Game, can you stop this? Devs, are you watching? Please tell me. So the salvo spread is down to 1 degrees. We're on manual salvo angle, selected salvo size 2. Everything's looking great. When I come back here and the TDC tells me that the salvo spread is on 2.8. Well, maybe that's what the TDC says, but it's overridden in the bow room. I'm just gonna hope that that's the case. Launch.
Los!
Now we're gonna reset that really quickly, so that we don't forget it. Right, Richard,
Befehle, Herr Kaloi.
put some more torpedoes in.
Herr Kapitän?
Hey, Catch 8088, how are you doing, man?
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
Oh, there's another one. Look at that. Oh, we have to check something really quick. I'm currently at 14,000 tons. Okay, let's see if sinking ships in the harbor even counts.
40 Sekunden bis
Because I could well imagine that the game's like, yeah, no, that doesn't count. These ships are just decoration.
30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
Oh yeah, I've played Cold Waters. But I'm currently more interested in Sea Power, in the new game that they made. That's more about surface ships and air warfare. She's very high in the water. They just might not detonate.
Fehlschuss.
Because the thing's empty, isn't it?
Fehlschuss.
Yeah. Okay. Now I'm confused. Okay, so they went too deep. Let's redo that. One is still loading. Tube 3 is also a T1. Can we set the salvo to 1 and 3? Yes, we can. Excellent.
Rohr 3 bewässert.
Half a meter? No, full meter. 6 meters. Magnetic pistol. Tube 1 and 3.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Now, manual spread angle again. Get down to 1.
Rohr
On
1
that
bewässert.
distance. Are we looking at magnetic top? Yes. Tube 1 needs to be set to magnetic and then we're good. Has it done it again? Yes, it has. How naughty. Manual, please. Launch.
Los!
Herr Kaloin?
Now you can see how far they drift apart just on a 1-degree spread angle.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
If that was even
30 Sekunden
accepted,
bis Torpedo einschlagen.
which is debatable.
30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Wow. Wow, they're really high in the water.
Fehlschuss.
Ja?
Fehlschuss.
Ja.
I'm just gonna send them single torpedoes from now on, otherwise I'm gonna be out of torpedoes really soon. Yeah, just look how fast Richard is compared to the Chief. He's just absolutely speeding through the loading process. He knows what he's doing.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Right. Tube 1. Salvo mode off. Blood tube 1. And we're gonna send that to 4 meters. I guess.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
On a magnetic pistol. Distance-wise, that ship is now at... There's the mast, I can see the little flag on that. 60 milliradian.
Geladen.
So I see him at 17.7. Speed still 0. Angle on bow is unchanged. T1, launch.
Los!
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Herr Kaloin? Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
4 meters seems to work.
Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm. Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
Rohr 1 geladen.
It's not enough though, I think. Schon.
Langsam zurück.
Another mine.
Bugtorpedoraum evakuieren.
Huh?
Handelsschiff, 35 Grad. Handelsschiff, 35 Grad.
We've hit a mine and we don't have any hull breach? What?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Game, stop being silly.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Glühbirne gewechselt. Herr Kapitän?
Herr Kaloin? Herr Kaloin, eingehendes Funktelegramm.
I suppose that is possible. If the mine was set to a magnetic detonator and not an impact detonator, and if it was overly sensitive, meaning it detonated too far away from us. In that case, I could imagine something like this to happen. Like essentially we've just been rattled by a mine that went off in the distance and it actually did not breach our hull. It's possible, but I don't think it's kind of realistic. He's got a broken leg, he needs to go to a hospital, okay. And that thing is still there.
Die Besatzung evakuiert das Schiff.
And now she's abandoned. I think she's gonna sink. I hope. Nope, doesn't look like it. Okay, I mean I still got 2 more T1s and a T2.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
So we're just gonna send 1 T1 at, I don't know, 1 meter 50, and we're gonna set it on an impact pistol.
Rohr 1 bewässert.
And shoot this direction, just in front of the wheelhouse. 2-1 launch.
Los!
Yeah. Yeah, I've stopped the engines, apparently. I don't even know if the mines are actually physical objects, or are they, if they just get triggered if you get into a certain area. I can't see any. I'd love to see a mine. That would also be a good screenshot. Yeah, but that was a bit odd. Like, no physical damage from a mine. I don't know how I feel about that.
Herr Kapitän. 30 Sekunden.
Yeah, that's gonna hit. Hopefully the pistol is also gonna detonate. Yes, it is. Yeah, I think there's no one left in those lifeboats. I'm gonna be honest. And that thing's gone. Did that count? I think it did. Now, I did see one more. There we go. And I think with this one, the Louisburg... What do I still have in my tubes? I've got a T1 and a T2. Okay, so we're gonna send both of those. Tube 2 and 3. Can I set that as a salvo? 2 and 3, there we go. Torpedo speed 30. Enemy speed still 0. Range. That's 55 milliradian, so we don't have to interpolate. No, I am. I'm actually a Kaloi, Kapitänleutnant. I got that promotion like in the last month of my service, so I haven't really done anything with it, but I have it. So we have it at 55, so it's between 21.3 and 17.7. That is a large margin. 26.3 plus... I'm from Germany. 17.7 divided by 2. Interpolating in the middle is very, very easy. So we see him at 2200 meters. So that's 2.2 thousand. So that's 2.2 kilometers. There we go. Speed 0. Angle on bow is irrelevant because the ship is not going any speed. You could set it to whatever. It's only relevant to the spread angle, I think. Yes. So if we set the spread angle to it's going directly away from us, the torpedo data computer is going to think, well, if I do a spread, then it's not going to hit. So if I put it on full broadside, the torpedo data computer thinks, well, if I'm going to hit it from the side, then the length of the ship actually goes into account here, and so it increases the range. So it's only important for the spread of the salvo. And that is a red 120, I would wager to say. 115, something like this. So many people get confused by what angle on bow actually means. Imagine you are on the enemy ship So we're looking at this and we think, okay, I am now envisioning myself to be on this ship. The center of that arrow is the enemy ship, and you have to look into the direction. So 0 is you look straight ahead on your ship, and you have to look into the direction until you spot my periscope. That is the thing. So you see, you stand on the ship there, and you look at me on the U-boat. You'd have to look a few degrees further to the back, further to the stern, then to port side abreast. So that's what that is. 90 would be port side abreast. We're gonna do 115. Speed 0, spread angle is 3.1. We're gonna do that manually a bit lower, a bit smaller than that. Have I flooded the tubes yet? No, I have not. 2 and 3. 2 and 3, that's over here. They are set to 30, 150, beautiful. We're gonna decrease the angle a little bit. And I have to set them to impact. And that has turned on the gyro receiver again, even though I explicitly asked it not to. And launch.
Los!
Yes, kind of. I was an officer of a well, the last shipborne job that I had was on the new 125 class frigates, and they are not that capable. And before that I sailed on a 123 class frigate, and that is a submarine hunter frigate. So I'm actually doing right here, I'm doing the exact opposite of what I'm used to doing. And then my last what do you call it, my last job in the Navy basically was to get the people who are unfit for service, to get them to be fit. So it was in a building. I was not on a ship in that time. Just make sure that they get their doctor's appointments in order, and that they go to physical education and stuff like that.
Der Torpedo ist auf halbem Weg.
You can exit through Long Island. Hang on. I'll have to have a look at that. Oh, I could. But I imagine that's gonna be mined to high hell, right? I would drop mines in there.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo Einschlag. 30 Sekunden.
Now, I'm gonna call it now. They're gonna glance off and not detonate. Murphy's Law.
20 Sekunden.
Oh, okay. Both of them, okay. Never mind. Sometimes I'm happy to be wrong. And this one snapped clean in half. Okay, cool. Lovely. And that also means that we have no more torpedoes left, and we need to get out of here. Yeah, we need to get out of here. Yeah, sorry I wasn't reacting to chat for a second there. I was just doing my calculation there. What did we... That's a big bang. Yes, it was. I think you're as good as a Wolfpack channel. I've played Wolfpack, if that's what you mean, and Wolfpack is an amazing game. Unfortunately, it's a bit dead, and it's just the engagement, and I do like long campaign games, so Wolfpack is not really for me. I did play it once on this channel as well, with Josh. We were semi-successful. So now let's carefully, very carefully,
Ruder mittschiffs.
set the speed to dead slow astern and get out of here. The same way we came in. By that logic, we shouldn't run across another mine. And then make our way out of the harbor.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Now, Richard, you can reload Taupe 3. Put our last torpedo in. So we got 2 tankers. And that really put us forward in our campaign. Yeah. So this was a successful attack. Only triggered 3 mines. And completely destroyed all of the exterior equipment. Except for the gun. Can that even get damaged? I don't know. Yeah, but the hydrophone is destroyed, the Metox is destroyed, all of the NTR is destroyed, the tower is destroyed. Yeah, we're gonna have to have a lot of repairs.
Rohr 3 geladen.
That's looking good.
Ruder 5 Grad.
Let's do
Steuerbord.
port 5 rather.
Handelsschiff, 125 Grad.
Slowly turn out of here. Rudder amidships. Both engines stop. And then wait for them to stop, to uncouple. And actually there's no uncoupling in this, but they have to turn the engine around. Actually, this makes me think.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus. Rudergänger.
There's no transmission in these old boats. The propeller shaft just goes directly to the engine. So could they just go from a head to a stern, especially with the electric engine, because they don't have to physically turn the engine around. Oh, they do, but it's an electric engine, so it doesn't really matter that much. Could they just do this? Because if you do this on a modern ship, you go from full ahead to full astern. The engine is just gonna uncouple the drive shaft, and you're not gonna do anything. And then, obviously today, modern ships don't have propellers like this anymore. They have propellers that have variable pitch, like a plane propeller. And so they always turn in the same direction. And that's important to know. So you don't have to physically turn the engine propeller shaft around. So you don't have to turn the actual engine around to get propulsion in the other way, in the opposite direction. The engine just decouples because the pressure on the shaft would become too big if you push water forward with full force and then suddenly do it the other way around. So I'm wondering how that work on these ones. I'm thinking too much about this. That's crazy as well. Look at that on the map. This is all water. 1 mile of water to the shoreline, and I'm actually right next to a large pier. That's not on the map at all.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten
Okay,
setzen.
both engines ahead half. And let's get out of the harbor now. One last look at Lady Liberty. Probably never see that again in our lifetime. There we are. Right. Okay, I think we can cancel the alarm.
Alarm beenden.
Everybody resume your standard duties. So we got 2 sailors. Yes, so they should not be overworked. They are not. And then the chef can finally get cooking again. Because they're already unhappy because of that. Neglected food prep -4. We need our chef back. There he is. Now he's gonna whip up some, well, dinner. 19. Oh, it's 4:45 and they haven't had their dinner yet. Yeah. I can tell you that is one of the major grievances. If you do any sort of operation or training or anything and the crew doesn't get their food, the mood on board is immediately ruined. And then if you do a lot of training during a day, like you'll have a man overboard maneuver or a fire, or you'll have maybe even like a combat exercise or something like this, and it takes a little bit longer, and then the chefs don't have enough time, because obviously they have roles in battle damage control as well. The chefs usually help in the medical bay, because the chefs obviously have training when it comes to hygiene, so they are usually also medics, or at least trained medics in an inferior role. So then they don't have time to cook food, and then the food sucks, and then the mood is immediately bad on board. Morale is made in this little room here. That is absolutely accurate. Yeah, so they've been on battle stations for, what, 2 hours? And they're immediately grumpy because they don't get their grub. Because they don't get their grub.
Handelsschiff. 240 Grad.
Kurs setzen.
Schornsteinrauch. Peilung 0 Grad.
Dead ahead? Oh yes, hello! Well, I do have 1 torpedo left.
Küstenschiff. 5 Grad.
I mean, that almost screams to be hunted with a deck gun. Yeah, we're gonna do that. Oh, it's leaving the harbor. No, it's coming in. Okay, never mind.
Kurs 1, 5, 6.
So what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna check out if they have weapons or not. And if they don't, we're just gonna surface right next to them, signal to them that we intend to sink them. And if they do not evacuate, we're just gonna start shooting them with a deck gun. And if they do evacuate, we're just gonna send Richard over and he's gonna plant some explosives.
1, 5, 2.
But we're not gonna check if they have got anything valuable on board, because we're too close to the harbor now and I don't really wanna risk getting attacked. Right, both engines ahead, dead slow. Now, do I see weapons on there? I don't. I think that thing's safe to attack. Plus it's just a small coaster, I don't really want to waste any torpedoes on that, if I'm gonna be completely honest. Right, both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen, stopp.
And
Align.
Scholz, you go and grab your helmet. And then we're gonna surface.
Betrachten Sie es als erledigt, Herr Kaloin. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
And we're up.
Herr Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe geben Alarm.
Yeah, well.
Wachsam. Aber
Hello.
keine Panik. Auch Dieselmotoren.
Crew's leaving the ship. Excellent.
Herr Kaloin, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Deckgeschütz besetzen.
Right, Limekühler. You can get on repairs. And then the coaster. We're gonna send Richard over, just by himself, but take guns. Who knows? Maybe there's someone hiding on board. Take 2 guys with you. You never know. And the lifeboat, we can definitely take those 2 with us, and then just gonna take more and give the other lifeboat some supplies, some bread. There you go. You are welcome. Alright, go to the engine room and then scuttle the ship without using explosives. A very, very handy skill to have.
Zeit für eine Auszeit.
Right, both engines ahead.
Langsame
Low?
Fahrt voraus.
Actually, let's go half.
Ja.
Very nice. Right, we don't need the height table anymore and the calculator. Clear up the screen a little bit. And we need the electric compressor turned on.
So einschalten. Ja.
Then we can also re-engage our noise locks in here, so that not the entire boat is being kept awake by the roaring diesel. Right, the anti-air is repaired. These other 2 take a little while longer. Right, you guys can leave your gun. I don't think we'll need it.
Jawohl.
And our chief repairs the hydrophone receiver. Because without that, we are absolutely screwed when we dive. But that was quick. Well done.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Herr Kaloin.
Arkella is repairing that. Okay, cool. Very cool. We spare parts. We have got some scrap metal in the storage. That's good. Now the question is, if his man repairs the Metox system, do we get a part out of that?
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Device repaired? No, we don't. Okay, so only if he repairs the stuff himself, then we get a spare part. Okay. Oh, that's good enough though. Okay, so we have no more torpedoes. Well, one more, but that's not a lot. We have a belly full of prisoners of war. So I think it's time to return to a milk cow. Get some more torpedoes, some fresh food. And then continue our operation on the coastline of the US. How's food looking like anyway? Oh, we could probably use some more cheese and bread. And fruits and vegetables if we can get them. Still have 2 full stacks of food, but the rest is already very drained. Okay. That was a fun little excursion, wasn't it?
Sinkendes Wrack. 335 Grad.
Yes, that's the one that we got earlier. We know about this. Sinking wreck. And we should absolutely send a radio report.
Funkraum besetzen.
Telling them that we sank 2 T2 freighters in the middle of New York. That's gonna raise some eyebrows in the with the BDU. Hopefully in a good way though.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Okay. Crew is slowly calming down. We have damage. Yeah, I know. Not gonna repair the conning tower, I'm gonna be honest. Yeah, I don't really mind that it's damaged. I'm gonna let the dry dock workers take care of that. Don't really want to spend a spare part on that.
Herr Kapitän.
Herr Kaloy.
And then after the watch change, I'm gonna send Lime Cooler to make more spare parts. It's gonna be in 2 minutes. There we go. So before you head off
Erwarte
to
Ihre
bed,
Befehle.
and you already did it, I want you to take a spare part out of storage. And make some new ones. Can you guys scoot over for a second? I need the
Erledigt. Hallo.
space. Yeah, these are the POWs that we took. Right, looking good. Looking very good. So is he dropping that?
Ich erwarte Ihre
into
Befehle.
storage, or did he take that with him? I think he took it with him. Yeah, okay. Very good. So medic bags, we still have
Herr Kapitän,
all of them.
erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yeah.
Herr Kaloin,
I'm just short on one bolt sonar decoy.
Herr Kapitän,
These 4 guys still have all of their medic bags.
Herr Kapitän.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
And then these 2 are fully stocked with spare parts.
Ihre Befehle, Herr
So I just need 5. I just need 5 more spare parts and 2 more med kits to fully stock myself up. Good. I think the milk cow can do that. It's not going to supply me with sonar decoys, unfortunately. It is what it is. Now, we've got 820 miles to go. We're going 14 knots. 820 divided by 14 equals 58. Minus 24. So it's going to take 1 day. Minus 24. It takes 2 days. 2 days and 10 hours and 30 minutes until we arrive. Roughly, obviously. The speed is going to vary a little bit with the weather. So, on the 7th of February, we should arrive in the area where there's a milk cow. And then we're going to have a look at the Bahamas. Because why wouldn't we if we're there? Bahamas in February. Actually, let me just have a quick question here for an AI. What's the mean temperature on the Bahamas during February? (22 to 25 degrees Celsius. Oh, that's lovely. I wish we could stay there. Lovely. Right now the plan is to resupply. We just torpedoed 2 ships lying in New York and took some lovely snapshots of the Statue of Liberty. And now we're going to resupply with a milk cow northeast of the Bahamas. And then we're going to continue Operation Drumbeat. And also, oh, lovely weather we're having. Right now, I'm just gonna quickly go and grab my cell phone so I can see chat a little bit quicker. And I don't have to tap out every time. I'm gonna get myself something to drink. And I'm just gonna leave the screen like this for a minute. Don't run anywhere, I'll be right back. And I'm back. Right. I hope it is a bit cooler where you guys live. And then it is here. I am not built for summer, I tell you that.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Right, 7th of February, we have arrived in our
Kurs auf diese
milk cow
Koordinaten setzen.
grid. So now let's call for it.
Funkraum besetzen.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
We are going to need a resupply, please.
Funkspruch erhalten.
Resupply is currently possible at U461. Rendezvous coordinates at 25 degrees, 51 minutes north, 76 degrees, 14 minutes west. Supply ship will wait there for 1 day. Oh, that's close to the Bahamas. Excellent.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
That is what we have wanted to do anyway.
Kurs setzen.
And we unfortunately arrive in the middle of night.
Nicht wechseln. Kleine Fahrt voraus. Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
U-Boot. Direkt voraus.
Yeah, there it is.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloin?
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
Very nice, very nice.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
And there we are. And both engines stop.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Now, let's resupply. First of all, historical check. Is U461 actually a milk cow? U461 is a... yes, that is a milk cow. Very nice. From the 30th of January 1942 until the 21st of April 1942, Kapitänleutnant Hinrich Oskar Bernbeck was on board. So that would be who's on there right now. So we're going to send a delegation. Obviously I'm going to go by myself. And we're going to take pretty much all the leader characters because they're going to know each other from Academy. But we probably don't need any more. Probably don't need any crewmen. Nothing bad's going to happen. Oh yeah, no, there's no watch crew. Oh well. Ask how their service is going. I think they tell you the same story every time, but I'm just gonna ask out of courtesy. Alta makes a hard sigh and tells that it was a hard mission for them. They already managed to resupply 2 other boats. At the second try they were attacked by aircraft and 2 of its men died. Yeah, they tell you that every time. Yeah. I'm sorry for your loss. Right, first of all, here is 8 prisoners of war. And I would like to see your cargo, please. I need fresh bread and cheese. Thank you very much. And I need... they have decoys! I'll take a decoy. Thank you very much. Very good. And I need fuel. And I'll need torpedoes. Production complete. Oh, is the headquarters finished? Yes. Okay, so we now get better torpedoes. Oh, and they immediately got on that. Okay, nice. Very nice. Maybe the milk cow can already give me some of those. That would be funny. First of all, more cheese, please. And... oh, I need to get my commander on board so he can take the decoy. There, torpedo. Yes! Nice! They immediately have them. And the improved pistol 3. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna take one of those. And all 3 of those, please. And then we're gonna return to our boat.
Ja.
And take the decoy out. Yeah, turn the pump on, why not? Decoy, there we go. So you've got your decoys, you've got a medkit, you've got medkits, you've got medkits, you've got medkits, and you 2 have spare parts. So we just need 5 more spare parts and then we're happy. I'm just gonna go by myself real quick. Right. Oh, they don't have spare parts. Oh, that's a problem. In that case, I'm just gonna take some potassium absorbers, because I don't have any of those yet. Slight oversight by me, I should have taken them long ago. See their cargo. What else can we get here? Take another T1. I'll give you the T2 back, because I don't want to have them at all. And then we're gonna switch the torpedoes and the tubes around, because I think they've put in some nonsense in here. Yeah, look, all of them filled up with T2s. I don't like that. So get that one out. Load in a T1 with the pistol 3. Very nice.
Rohr 1 geladen.
Take that out.
Rohr 2 entladen.
Put in a T3.
Rohr 2 geladen.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kanol?
And get rid of that T2. Yes.
Rohr 3 entladen.
Didn't mean to do that.
Jawohl, ich kümmere mich darum.
Yeah, that's alright, I guess. I love this game, man. It's the best submarine sim that's out there. Hands down. There's no competition. And you know, I grew up with like Silent Hunter 3 and all that, and that if you like Silent Hunter 3 or 4 or 5, then this is basically just that, but better. Fuel. Okay, hang on. Torpedoes? Yes, we can get rid of all the old stuff. We can have a T1, another one. We can have another T1, and then some more T3s, and then maybe we can even exchange the old T1 for a new T1 with a better pistol. That would be nice. Items, equipment, there we go. We can get one more. Very nice. And there's a first ban of the day. Today, courtesy of Kick. Look at that. Or courtesy of the bots on Kick. Right. I'm thinking... Got 20 medkits between all of my officers. 20 medkits is a lot. Plus my medic can do medical care without medkits should the need arise. So I'm thinking of just getting rid of the medkits. Oh no, I don't need to, because I have a slot for the spare parts. Never mind. Yeah, no need. Okay, cool. But now we need more food. Yes, that's exactly what we're doing. Ammunition? I think I'm fully stocked, yeah. So, torpedoes? Yes, we can definitely get one more of these and then switch that over for a T3 with the improved pistol. Oh, and the stern tube as well. Oh, hang on. Stern tube. Yeah. Let's get that out. Thanks for the sub. Much appreciated.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Come on, Richard. Get to it. Yep, get that out.
Rohr 5 entladen.
And I'm gonna need another one. Yeah, sell that. Replace it with that. And we'll wait for another day. And then Richard is gonna put that in the tube. Well, maintain and load is not really necessary, because it's gonna just cool down. Just load it. It'll be quicker. And then the rest of my equipment should be looking good. Oh yeah, and one more stack of food, I think. You can stuff that into the ventilation. And then I have 2 slots that I can fill with food, if I'm brutally honest. Yeah, I mean, if it's a good experience, man. It really is. If you enjoy games that go a bit more in depth, this is absolutely brilliant. And you can tone the difficulty down if you like more arcadey stuff. Like, for example, the food management or stuff like that, you can just automate that. But if you want to do like a proper... It's very immersive. I like it. You can even play in first-person mode only, so that you don't get to have that exterior view. Then you just have to walk around the boat like this. Which I would not recommend, because, for example, if you have a hull break, if you have a hull breach in the front, you can just quickly have a click at the click of a button, tell the people to evacuate that compartment. If you play in first-person mode only, you have to actually walk up to the bulkhead and tell them this way. So there's a lot of time that goes in there, and then obviously your sub might flood during that time. But overall, I cannot recommend this game enough, especially since there's the DLC on the horizon that will introduce the long-range boats, the Type 9s. So that's gonna be good. Yeah, that I think this game is a real gem. Oh, and now we have the Flächenabzug torpedoes. Oh, that's brilliant. So because they researched them at home, this milk cow out here already has them. That's brilliant. And then the loots we get in August. Okay.
Rohr 5 geladen.
Right, Jeep 5 loaded. I need to see your cargo, please. I will take one more of these. Yeah, why not? Why not take a fat? Sure, let's take a fat. And food. Do we have canned food? Yes, we have canned bread. Well, that's gonna last us a while. And then return to boat. There we go. That should be more than enough. Good. Yes, they're planning to do that as well. Although I don't know how they're gonna implement that, because they tend to be very concerned with historical accuracy. And if you put in the Type 21, the first opportunity for you to get it would be in like April or maybe March 1945, and then you get to play around with it for 2 months and then the game ends. I don't think that's really worth putting in. I don't think it's worth putting in a boat that you can only play for 2 months. So I'm thinking maybe they will do like a alternate history kind of situation. I can't really imagine any other way it would be worth it for them. Are they diving? No, okay. Alright, both engines ahead hard. And hard to starboard.
Ruder hart Steuerbord.
We need to head back into... Oh no, actually we wanted to have a little look at the Bahamas. Let's do that.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
4,000 meters deep. I highly doubt that. Let me just have a look at the satellite image. Oh, could actually be. Just east of the Bahamas, the ocean floor just drops down super quickly. Yeah, okay, that's actually accurate. Can I have a... No. I don't get a satellite view in this. That's something I always look up, like, call it my professional curiosity or something, but whenever I see the depths here, like for example, I noticed that there's a nice little pocket southeast of Ireland. Right here. Right here, where it gets down to 1,000 meters. The rest around here is all 200 meters deep. So if you hunt in here, you can dive away, and that's pretty cool. And I looked it up, and that's absolutely real. But I looked in the fjords of Norway, and for some reason over here it's very, very shallow, and that should not be the case. Fjords are notoriously very, very deep. So but that's cool. We can look at the Bahamas, and if we get spotted, we can just immediately go to a place where we can dive safely. That's brilliant. So 2 a.m.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Gotta wait for sunset,
Kurs auf diese
dawn.
Koordinaten setzen.
Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
Eine Pause wäre jetzt angebracht.
Who's complaining? Oh, yeah. Yeah, you should go to bed. 6 a.m. Still dark. Yeah, it's February.
Kurs setzen.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern. Herr Kaloin, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
Still dark.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Yeah, hence the name. Bahamar means shallow sea. We are absolutely in shallow
Kurs
waters.
setzen. Kurs setzen.
10 a.m. Should be getting like... Yeah, look at that. They have, yes. Only one though, I think. And you never know where it is. But it is there. I mean, I don't think submarines at that time had a way to figure out where they are. But if you just go down to like 220 meters, then you usually are below the layer. And they have a much harder time finding you.
Herr Kaloin, wir befinden uns in flachen Gewässern.
Right, there we are. The Bahamas in February 42. Let's have a good look at that. What, no palm trees? Aww. I am disappointed. Also, they seem a bit tall. I thought they were more flat. Right, I love how we were just doing tourist trips here.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
We went to see New York today, then we went to the Bahamas.
Kurs
Our
setzen.
crew's having a bloody good old time here in the World War II.
Kurs setzen.
Random mine. Now, what's the 80 miles off the coast? Yeah, that's good. I don't need to get any closer than this, because that's my hydrophone range. If there's any contacts there, I will spot them. Let's do something like this. And then just
Kurs
follow
auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
that line and do the occasional hydrophone check. Let's do the first one right here.
Große Fahrt voraus.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Well, hang on. Don't worry, I got you covered. We got plenty. We are well equipped to deal with morale crisis such as yours. Everything is in order. Wunderbar. Yes. We even got bread, so we can do a proper Frankfurter hot dog for you. Add some cheese, maybe some shredded molten cheese on top, maybe some pork as well, and some bacon. Oh, we can do Berner Würstchen, a Berner sausage, which is basically a bratwurst wrapped in bacon and then fried on the pan for a little while. Yeah, and then you slide that into a nice little bread, shred some cheese on top. Man, that's making me hungry thinking about it. There. Bratwurst bread rolls for dinner tonight. Oh, hang on. No, not like that. There we go. That made me hungry now. Thanks for that. Right, we are at speed. We can now dive. What's the depth here anyway?
Ja.
Let me check the hydrophone real quick. Shouldn't there be like a thing going around? I guess that means it's too deep. $600 meters. That's decent. Take us down to 100.
Tauchen auf 100 Meter.
I'm so happy I finally figured out how the bloody hydrophone works. Not hydrophone, echo sounder. Yep, look, the bratwurst bread rolls are an absolute smash hit. Very delicious, plus 12. Everybody loves them.
Meter.
There we go. That should declutter the screen a little bit, shouldn't it? Right, so same as before, and as always, Engler's men can stop helping him because he can't do anything,
Ich könnte
and they can
etwas
help
Hilfe
around
gebrauchen.
other stations on the boat.
Meter.
9 out of 20 sailors are on duty. Why only 9? 8, 9? Oh, because they finished their tasks and they don't have to do anything? Like, for example, the cleaner. Like, they're done cleaning, so that they don't count as on duty anymore.
75 Meter.
Yeah, and because they don't have to work so much, they are happy. Usually you get a discipline penalty if they work too much. And I have very carefully crafted a watch system where they don't complain ever. As the port watch has designated not just a number of sailors, it has designated sailors by name. And they will always be in the port watch, and they will always be in the starboard watch. Now that's obviously a problem when someone of them gets hospitalized or has broken ribs and needs to go to a hospital. Max Fischer, lovely, one of our best men. So I'll have to manually remove him from the watch and replace him with someone else. That's a bit of micromanagement that you don't have to do, but it works really well. Now, doesn't look like I have to slow down a little bit, increase the hydrophone range. There we go. But it doesn't look like we've got any contacts here. Yeah, let's stay submerged for 3 hours maybe. Until it's 5. Yeah. 16. 17. Yep, nothing. Okay. Surface.
Anblasen.
Aktuelle Tiefe
And increase
100
speed.
Meter.
80 Meter. 60 Meter.
40 Meter. 15 Meter.
And we wanna
Motoren wechseln.
get our boys back onto the appropriate station, and we want to turn on the electric compressor. And last time I learned, I'm just gonna manually order that through this menu. That's a bit quicker. Because if I click it on here, on the tab menu, one of my officers will get up from his bunk and go there. And if I just do it with control, with then my stays on the engine and his sailor goes over there, clicks the switch, and then goes back to the engine. There we go, lovely. Compressed air reserves are being replenished. Everything is back to full, morale is nearly full. Everyone is just having a grand old time at the beginning of 42, and all of that is just gonna change very soon, I think. Yeah, I think the Brits are gonna crack Enigma. That's next up on the list, I think. Then they're gonna fit their planes with radar. That's gonna be really annoying. And the Americans are gonna get over the initial shock of entering the war, and they are going to become very good at hunting submarines. So the happy times are almost over. Operation Drumbeat, probably the last major success for the U-boat fleet in World War II. Let's get a little closer to the shoreline, like this. And then, just before the sun comes up, we're gonna dive again. Astic pinging intensifies. Oh yeah, that's gonna happen a lot more often. Although the Astic, they've already put that in every single tub they have. Even the little corvettes have that. Only 50 meters here. Really? Google Maps, give me satellite view. Oh yes, it's really shallow here. Wow, okay. I shouldn't be here. This is not U-boat, Actually, hang on. Yeah, 300 meters over here, 400 over here, that's all fine. Just 50 here. 20 to 50. Why is it so shallow here? Right in the bend of Florida. What is that? Brunswick? Yeah, Brunswick, Savannah. Why is it so shallow? Crazy. Well, in that case, just go down to Periscope then.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
And slow down a little bit.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Herr
Now,
Kaloy,
one of
wir
you
sind auf
guys
Seerohrtiefe.
help the
Boot für
hydrophone man,
Rundblick eingesteuert.
and we just don't get any contacts. I wonder if that's got anything to do with the fact that the game does not model any harbors up here. Basically, all the shipping harbors are up here. New York, Boston, Halifax, and what's that? Sydney? So maybe I should hunt up there.
Kurs setzen.
Yeah, we're just gonna go the coastline up. Just gonna follow the coastline and see what we can
Kurs
hunt.
auf diese Koordinaten
What's the
setzen.
range on that? Doesn't tell me. Tells me when we're surfaced. Okay, in that case, blow ballast.
Anblasen. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
Herr Kaloy.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
Yeah, I'm just gonna follow the coastline, do the occasional hydrophone check. Maybe we'll find something.
Wir haben ein Funktelegramm vom BDU erhalten.
Stefan Keller, his wife has delivered a daughter. Both are well. Congratulations. Aww. Where is Keller? I think Keller is one of my best men. Stefan Keller. Yeah, he's a sea dog, sea wolf, so morale hits don't bother him. And he's a diving specialist. Ain't that nice? Why has he got a number 1 on there? Role unassigned? Okay. I'm not gonna ask questions.
Ja.
Actually, let's do something fun here for a second, or something to really get ourselves immersed. Stefan Keller is assigned to Hubert Leimkühler. Hubert Leimkühler is currently on the engine, so he should be in the engine room. Monitoring the diesel engine. So don't need to look at the 3D model and search for him, because I know exactly where he is. Nice.
Es gibt Glückwünsche von der Flottille für Sie. Sie sind Vater eines kleinen Mädchens geworden. Frau und Kind sind wohlauf.
Wirklich? Das sind großartige Neuigkeiten. Ich kann es kaum erwarten, meine Tochter in meinen Armen zu halten. Bitte übermitteln Sie meiner Frau meine Grüße und sagen Sie ihr, dass ich sie liebe.
Yeah, I can't do that. No private conversation on official radio lines. Nah, I'm just kidding. Obviously, we're gonna send a response to that. Alright, increase speed.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
He definitely has. Like, I mean, and obviously nothing's gonna happen to her as well. Like, the British and the Americans are definitely not gonna bomb the cities where they live. That's not gonna happen. Why would they do that? Stefan Keller, it's a bit annoying. Like in Silent Hunter 3, for example, you could give decorations to your ordinary seamen as well. I think Stefan Keller has been with us from the beginning of the war. So he's been on like what, 25 war patrols or something. You would expect them to finally be promoted off ship. Like he should be in some kind of staff building. Or he should be on... Yeah, he should be in training. He should be training new recruits or something like this. Like, he has proven his worth. He is a veteran. He should be At some point they should get promoted away. Like, if you look at the survivors of the U-boat fleet, like Erich Topp or something like this, the only reason they are alive is because by the time the war went to shit, they were not on the boats anymore. Because they had already done their part. They were promoted away. Yeah, but in, like, the going through the entire war on the boat is just not something that anyone did. Either you joined late, or you joined early and then you were already... your career had progressed to the point where you're no longer seafaring personnel. Right, let's do another check here. I think that's what I wanted to do earlier. Pitch black, Jesus. What's the depth? We always want to check. Too deep for the ultrasonic waves. So we're gonna say in sonic waves. 400 and something. Which these sonic waves can be intercepted by the enemy, by the way. If there's anyone nearby, they will have heard that. So we can go down to 100. Absolutely no issue there.
100 Meter.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
But actually, Stefan will probably not meet his wife for a long while after the war, or when the war ends. Because I'm hunting another achievement, which is the Argentinian escape. We are just gonna go to South America after the war and scuttle our boat in the delta of the Rio Grande. And yeah, completely escape the authorities. That's what we're gonna do. And hopefully maybe we'll find some gold and some jewels before that. And then a few years after the war, you can send a telegram home and go like, hey, darling, would you like to come to Argentina? I have a house and we are very happy. That's what we're gonna do.
60 Meter.
I mean, there's no reason for it. We haven't committed any war crimes, but we're still gonna do it. Maybe. Maybe that's what happened, yeah. But then all of us did, apparently. Because no one here gets a promotion.
Ja.
Hey, this poor man, he has got the U-boat front classman silver for 25 war patrols. I have no idea how many of them there were given out, but it can't have been a lot. 25 war patrols. That man should already be a vice admiral or something, but yeah, he's not. He's stuck on patrol duty. There's loads of young officers trying to become commanding officers, but there are no slots available because the experienced commanders are just not getting promoted away.
Aktuelle Tiefe 100 Meter. Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Natürlich, Herr Convoy.
Isn't there a sea shanty? We're bound for the Rio Grande.
95 Meter.
Rio Grande, shanty, yeah. Oh, but the Rio Grande is in Mexico.
Aktuelle Tiefe
What am I
100
thinking of?
Meter.
Am I thinking? No, not the Amazon. Which river? Oh, it's the Rio de la Plata, is it not?
95 Meter.
Yes, the Rio de la Plata is in Argentina. Okay, I messed that up. Ah, damn it! I was gonna say, but if the Rio Grande had been in Argentina, then I would have definitely played that song whilst we surrender the boat to the Argentinians. Ah, doesn't work. Oh yeah, low air quality. We're still below. Still haven't found anything. And the weather's horrible. The range is only a third of what it should be. Or a fourth of what it should be.
105 Meter.
I'm not really motivated to get up there if the weather's shit, I'm gonna be honest. I can't use the ventilation system because I'm gonna use the potassium absorbers and I don't want to use them yet because I want them to be available for them. I want them to be available for emergencies. And this is not an emergency.
Aktuelle Tiefe.
Oh hey, we can do this. Hang on. Yeah. Let's do this. Then we can take them out. And then we can use the ventilation system to stay below a little bit longer.
95 Meter.
Doesn't help a lot down here. But it does help. Yeah,
100 Meter.
that at least helps to get us to the point where we have to surface anyway, because the battery power is nearly depleted.
Station ausschalten.
Blow ballast!
Blasen. Meter.
Now let's see what dreadful weather awaits us up there.
Aktuelle Tiefe 80 Meter. 60 Meter. 35 Meter. 15 Meter. Auf Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Yeah, it could be worse. That was, by the way, the best part about my first job in the Navy. I was before I became an officer, I was a navigator's mate, or a navigator's well, helper. I don't know what do you call it, like from E1 to E2. And while the deck service guys, they had to stand outside in the bridge wing, no matter the weather. And me as a navigator, I could just stand on the bridge and just casually look out, and then being completely drenched in rain, and pour myself another cup of coffee. Just give them a friendly nod, and I only had to go out into the ghastly weather every 2 hours or something to make a weather report and to observe the stars and whatnot. And yeah, the deck service guys, they are outside in the rain. They are outside in the bridge wing, keeping visual watch no matter the weather. Something that I did not envy them. I did not envy them for that at all. But then on the U-boat like this, yeah, oh, actually, I don't envy the navigator at all on this, because I don't know if any of you have ever seen Das Boot, the movie, but there are several scenes where you can see the poor boy who is, I think he's a petty officer, who's doing the navigating on this boat. He has a station right here. The chart table is right here, and whenever someone comes up from up top and he brings half the Atlantic down with him, he's always drenching the charts, and you can see the poor navigator's mate always using his triangles and whatnot to shovel water off the map. Like this, the chart table being right next to the ladder is a very, very poor design decision. That poor soul.
Wir sind aufgetaucht.
Helmsman Station is not manned. Why? Oh, they had a watch change, that's why. Yeah. And increase speed, please.
Langsame Fahrt voraus.
So now we're west of Norfolk. There should be a lot of traffic here. Let's see if there is. What's the depth? Chart depth is up to 2,000 meters. Very nice. Bring us down to 100.
Meter.
Actually, let me check that. I will show you if we run across an enemy. Unfortunately, well, I'm doing it a bit more than the game needs to. Like, there are in-game tools to measure range and speed. I'm nerding out a bit harder than this. I've taken the range tables out of the game Wolfpack, and I'm using them. There's absolutely no need to do this. I'm just doing this because I like it to be even harder than it needs to be.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
And I'm using my stopwatch and a calculator to find out how fast the enemy is going. I will show you how it works with the in-game tools as well, if you like. But yeah, I like to do it even harder than this. So let's check out the hydrophone again. So in deep mode, it should go down to how much? Maximum displayed depth is 1,000 meters. But it goes further than this.
45 Meter.
So, ping, 1,000, 2,000 ping, so it's 2,100 meters here. Awesome.
Ja.
Turn that off. There we go.
Aktuelle Tiefe 65 Meter.
And once again,
Meter.
there's nothing here. Raise the boat.
Aktuelle Tiefe 80
Ich erwarte Ihre
Meter.
Befehle.
Elektrokompressor einschalten. Auf diese
Yeah, I think all the traffic is just up here. Like they obviously included the convoy lines, and these are the ports where they would amass and then go over. So I think all the traffic just basically spawns here. And thanks for the subscription, very much appreciated. Very, very much appreciated. Right, let's make our way up here. So I'm guessing traffic will only come once I'm in this area. Yeah, definitely want to get into Boston a little bit further. Like, let's try this. Try staying in this area. What's that here? That is Newfoundland, I think? No, that's Newfoundland. What's this area called? Yeah, that's Newfoundland, and that is Cape Breton Island, and that's Nova Scotia. Yes, obviously. New Scotland in Latin, Cape Breton Island. And then up here is Newfoundland, which is a brilliant name, by the way. I love it. And then that over here is very, very dear to my heart. That's New Brunswick, and Brunswick is the English word for Braunschweig, which is a province in Germany. Them pesky German immigrants going to the New World in droves in the 1860s. Right, let's give that another check. Just got recommended a different video about a different game and immediately thought this guy should do Uboat. I'll check if he has it. Lo and behold, you're doing it. Yeah, well, like you. Although I have to say, it's not my go-to on this channel. Like, that's not what I want to do streaming-wise. Like you can see the channel of my name is Weight Loss Games and you're wondering what the hell, what does this have to do with losing weight? Well, nothing. But usually I stream VR games. I stream on my VR treadmill and I crush it and I try to lose weight until at the point where I'm considered to be fit for service again. Not that I want to rejoin the Navy, but I just want to have the option, you know? Because all of us are going to be replaced by AI anyway, and therefore I would like to have the option to go back if I want to. And yeah, so I'm streaming usually Fallout 4 VR, Hot Dogs, Horseshoes and Hand Grenades, and Blade and Sorcery on my VR treadmill, and you can watch me suffer and do actual physical activity while gaming. And the crazy thing is, it actually works. Problem is that my PC is currently being repaired, and therefore I cannot stream on. I cannot stream VR. This PC that I'm using right now just can't do it. And so in the meantime, I'm doing U-Boat. But don't run away, everybody. I'm gonna keep doing U-Boat once my old PC or my new PC is fixed. I'm just not gonna do it as regularly. Let's call it that. Have you seen the movie Greyhound? Yes, I have. Well, I'm sure you want to hear my thoughts on this. It is a good movie. It's just not a very realistic movie. It's like the U-boat captain's taunting Mel Gibson's character. Is it Mel Gibson? I think it is. No, Tom Hanks. Tom Hanks' character. Like via voice over radio and stuff like this, and their contacts showing up on sonar, even though that's not how sonar works, and all that. It's not very realistic, but it tells a good story. Like it's a character growth story, and not a we show the war the way that it really was story. So it's good. It's good like that. But if you want to see a realistic depiction of the war on the sea, or the war below the sea, then there is really no going around the movie Das Boot, the boat. That is the best that there is. There will never be any movie like it ever again, I don't think. But Greyhound it's telling a decent story, I think. And we're east of Boston, and we still don't get any contacts. The wolf is very hungry. Oh yes, I remember. I remember cringing at that a little bit. Yeah, I get you, man. Like I'm at the same. Like I was always overweight. Like I went into the service 2012, and the first thing they told me is, man, you got to work on your weight, and I just never did. I always got around to it. You know, I always got around it. I always was just in the shape that they were barely tolerating my existence. And then once I became an officer, nobody gave a fuck anymore. Nobody cared. Like who's gonna tell you to shape up? No one. You're the one who's giving the orders, so no one checks in on you. Your superiors should, but they don't. And even if they do, you always have an excuse, because we have a lot to do. There is always more stuff to do. Like in my last job in the Navy, I could not leave the office for 5 seconds. If I left the office, my phone would immediately go off. Like, where are you? We need you to do this and that. We need you to manage that. And so, if any one of my superiors would have gotten the idea to tell me to do sports, I would have gone, when? When am I supposed to do that? So, yeah, it never really happened, and yeah.
100 Meter.
I just don't want to be like that anymore. That's the thing. Like it's ugly, and prevents you from living your best life. And yeah. Like you get out of breath by tying your shoelaces, that's not a way to live. So I'm gonna stop that. And you can watch me stop that. That's the great thing. I'm off to Bremen tomorrow. Oh, nice. What are you doing there, if you want to share?
Aktuelle Tiefe 95 Meter.
And I still don't get any contacts, so we're gonna raise the boat. And once we're up, obviously turn on the electric compressor.
Erkerloin.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
20 Meter.
Yeah, if you turn on the compressor while you're submerged, that's a really bad idea. That sucks the air out of the boat like crazy. So now we're south of Yarmouth. And we're completely not being bothered by any enemy planes, which is also... I'm surprised by that. 100 to 200 meters. Let's go down to 50 here.
Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
50 Meter.
Ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Schraubengeräusch.
Aha!
Convoy. Peilung 300.
Aha! That's a save. So after chilling for around... Oh, we've been at sea for 45 days. Yeah, the cruise fatigue. Okay, after this trip, we're definitely going home after this attack.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Yeah, most of the time we just spent on the shoreline of Florida and the Bahamas and all that. But now we're getting some action. Looks like it, at least. Maybe we can't catch up. Who knows? Bearing 311, 11 to 25 units, 43 miles plus. Okay, so maximum range is... Come on. I hate it when the boat does that. 80 miles. So they're somewhere between 43 miles and 80 miles. And they are at 311. Also, very handy feature if you... so this is the course projector thing. It always obviously has 0 at the top. And if you use it to snap onto your boat, then 0 is at your ahead line. So 311 is always a relative bearing. Maximum of 80 miles. And at least 43 plus. So our enemy is somewhere, let's get rid of all that nonsense that we drew over here, somewhere on this line. Now I'm guessing they're just hogging the shoreline, so they will be someplace like here, and they are here at 2:30 in the morning. Now we're going to increase speed, just to keep up with them, and we're going to monitor their progress for 1 hour. Going to pick up my son. I was stationed in Bad Fallingbostel for a bit. I hope I pronounced that correct. I've never heard of that place. My son lives there with his mum. I have him for the summer. Ah, that's nice. I have a day or two to get some Warsteiner down my neck. Yeah. Warsteiner is from the area that I grew up in. And nowadays I'm more into Jefer. That's my... If I drink beer, it has to be a Jefer now, because that's a bit stronger. And ice cold Jefer from the barrel is just the best. I don't buy it in bottles because it's just not the same. But in a pub, if they have draft Jefer, gorgeous. Absolutely gorgeous. So we're waiting for 3:30 in the morning. 330. Slow down again, just so the hydrophone man can get the best possible reading.
Ja.
And now they are still at 43 plus miles, but they are in 313. And also we have moved as well. 313. Maximum of 80 miles and at least 43. Tuck. Connect that. And by this we know that they're somewhere on this line. Now probably again somewhere like here at 330, and then we can derive a course and a speed from there. So their course is probably something like 115, 117, 120, something like this, and they're going 7 knots. 7 knots obviously because we waited an hour, and a knot is a sea mile or a nautical mile per hour, so the difference in tracking will mean that that's their speed. And with that value, we can also extrapolate where they will be in the future. So we're just going to draw a line. I'm going to guess 120 because they want to avoid that island over there. And then we just do increments of 7 on that line. 1 hour. 2 hour. 3 hours. 4 hours. 5, 6, and with that we can plot an intercept. A rough intercept. I was still interrupted by the occasional hydrophone check because I don't want them to slip away, but that's probably where they will be at 4:30, 5:30, 6:30, 7:30, 8:30, and at this point over here it gets guesswork, even greater guesswork, because likely they will change their course to follow the shoreline before they drop off at near Halifax or wherever they will leave the shoreline. So I'm gonna quickly get rid of this one, exactly. Okay, just declutter the map a little bit, and this one we can keep. So we know they're here right now, or somewhere on this line. All of this is guesswork. We don't have a full overview of the situation here. But we know it's 72 miles to the tip there. We know we can do 14 knots on the surface. So 72 divided by 14. Is 5.1 hours. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They will be there when we reach there, so we can cut them off a little bit further. 68 divided by 14, 4.8. Yeah, something like this. That's an intercept. If those values are correct. But what we have to do is we have to surface the boat and go on full speed, otherwise we're not gonna catch them. Is Germany expanding its navy now? Ah, here's about their army, but they have great naval tradition. Give us Brits a run for our money at Jutland. Oh, yes, true. Yes, well, kind of. It's a bit weird. The first major push for more funds for the navy was during the 2015, when the migrant crisis happened, and they realized, oh damn, we actually have a navy and it actually can do stuff, and maybe we should give them more money and all that. And at that time, you know, naval planning and all that takes ages. And that's why at that time they decided to invest more. And that's why the 126 class frigate is fancier than it originally was designed to be. So they stuffed more money in that, and the ships that they were designing at the time, they have now gotten a bit more love and a bit more capability. They've also decided to just build a second lot of corvettes. So we already had 4 of them, and then they just decided to take the blueprint and build 4 more, which is an excellent decision, I think, because the corvettes, they had a bit of weaning problems, but now they kind of work. So they built more of those. That's pretty cool. I don't know why we not decide to just build more of the Saxon class frigates. Because they're actually really, really good. All of NATO admires them. Yeah, no idea why we didn't do that. But yeah, we've got the 125 class that was a mistake to build those. They can't do anything. They are basically literal combat ships. But they don't really work that much. They are the most expensive and the largest frigates in the world. And they can't do anything really. The 126 and 127 class that are well, the 126s I think are being built at the moment, and the 127 are already planned. They are gonna be decent. But yeah, the main problem is that like every navy has in the world is they have trouble with personnel. There's not enough people coming. We had compulsory military training in the past, and that was disbanded. And now there is not enough volunteers. No, absolutely no plans for a carrier. If you look at the size of the German Navy at the moment, and then the amount of ships we have and the amount of crew that's stationed on there, you can approximate that actual seagoing personnel is around 4,000 to 5,000 people. That is not the most, and if you look at how much personnel you need for a carrier, that's just we could build one, but we would have no one to man it. Absolutely impossible. German aircraft carrier is just simply never gonna happen. We could do something small, like one of those amphibious landing vessels or something like that, but like a proper aircraft carrier or something like that, it's never gonna happen, I think. And it's, yeah, I don't think we need one. Like, we don't have a lot of territorial waters that we need to defend anyway. And it's not like we're not, you know, it's not like America that gets involved everywhere, so they have to bring their air power there. And it's not like we're Great Britain or France that still have like territories everywhere in the world that they need to protect. And we don't really need a carrier. I don't think we do. Right, so that's 6. Let's wait until 6:30.
Kurs setzen.
There we go. Bring us down to 100 meters. Actually, how deep is it here? 50. Yeah, okay, let's bring us down to, I don't know, 30, 35.
Tauchen auf 35 Meter.
Let me just quickly do a depth check. Yeah, 75 meters. Okay, perfect. Oh yeah, the HMS Ocean. Yeah, absolutely. I know the Ocean. I know the Ocean from her famous Christmas viral videos.
E-Motoren wechseln.
Those were great. One of the rare occasions where military people decided to do social media stuff and it wasn't cringe.
Ja.
25 Meter.
Alright, we are down. Okay, you guys can be relieved and help someone else.
Natürlich, Herr Kaloy. Ja?
Now they should be. Hang on, let's see how well I did my intercept here. They should be at around 308.
35 Meter.
Now that's probably the group. Just one? Where's that convoy gone? And that's too far ahead. Alright, let's slow down a little bit.
Langsame
Maybe you'll
Fahrt
have a
voraus.
better luck then.
Schraubengeräusche. Mittlerer Konvoi. Peilung 335
338. What did I say?
Meter.
6:30, yeah. Okay, so we're off quite substantially, actually. That's not good. Yeah, okay.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Numerous he picked up one, and then when I slowed down, he picked up that it's actually not one, it's the whole group. Okay, cool. 339, 16 to 26 miles. 339, 16 to 26. So that's a more accurate range estimate as well. Just a margin of 10 miles. We can work with that. So, but, I mean, if we're assuming that they're on the center line there, that's pretty damn good. And now we know that they did this distance from 330 to 630, so that distance divided by 3 gives us gives us their speed, so 25 miles. Where's the calculator? There we go. 25 miles divided by 3 equals 8.3. The convoy is going at a speed of 8. So 7 was slightly off. They're going by 8. Course is on point though. They were going a course of 1 to 1 with a speed of 8.3. So 8, 8, 8. And then that's 6:30. That'll be 7:30, 8:30, 9:30. We can get rid of all of that. That's all in the past. No need to dwell on such things. And we have 30 miles to go to intercept. We can do 15, 16 knots on top. So that's gonna be, we're gonna get them. We can get them. Yeah, but they did have I think they didn't want it to be true, and also they could not imagine it to be true because Enigma was so advanced at the time, and the thing is they found their excuses elsewhere. That's the crazy thing, like the Matox crisis, for example. A Matox, the device that our hydrophone operator uses when we're on the surface, is a radio warning receiver. So technically it just detects that radio waves are coming in. They also found out that the device, due to a construction flaw, is sending out some electromagnetic signal. It's not designed to do that, it was just a flaw. Like, it was not supposed to send anything, it just sent some background noise out. And the German High Command was under the impression, because it couldn't have been Enigma, that the Brits had devised a device that picks up that signal. And so they stopped the Germans, they stopped their commanders from using the Matox device. Now, this thing did send out a signal. It wasn't supposed to, it did send one out, but the Brits had no way of knowing that. They didn't know that that was a thing. They did not detect that. I think the signal was too weak to be picked up anywhere anyway. So they found their excuse. They thought, well, it can't be Enigma, so it must be Matox. They prohibited Matox and thought, yeah, okay, job done. Easy. We can get back into hunting, and it took them a few months to realize that, oh, it actually is Enigma. And they did figure out that Enigma had been cracked, and they updated the Enigma machine to include a 5th role. And then for about 3 or 4 months, Enigma was safe again, and then they cracked it again. Because the system did not change, that they just made the machine a little bit more complicated. So they did have a short little second happy time, and then it just got cracked again. Did they? Oh, that's brilliant. Good job on that guy. Feeding the enemy false information is the best thing you can do.
Dieselmotoren wechseln.
Right, turn on the electric compressor.
Elektrokompressor einschalten.
How deep is it here? Not that deep. Okay, damn it. That's not good. Give that another save though. So 7. They should be somewhere here. What's the range anyway now? They should be coming. The smoke columns should be coming into view any second now. 7:30. We expect to see them in 335. Let's have a quick check on that regard. Three, 335. Nothing there yet. Nope, nothing yet. Let's go another half an hour. So now he should be, Convoy should be somewhere there, 330. What is that, angler? No, it's shorts. Jesus. Quite rocky. Now, could also be that they changed their course now, because they're around the island. So, I'm gonna wait for another quarter of an hour. And then I'm gonna dive.
Wir sind aufgetaucht.
We can't see them now, we're gonna dive. Nope, nothing. Okay, dive, dive, dive.
Tauchen auf. 50 Meter.
50 meters should be safe. No, I was surface. I was at my very first, my first ever ship was the F218 Mecklenburg-Vorpommern. That was a anti-submarine frigate. I was then briefly loaned on a 124 class, the Hamburg, for a deployment with the American Navy together. That was pretty awesome in 2014. That was an anti-air frigate. I was on a minesweeper for a short while. I was on a supply ship as well. And then the last was a littoral combat ship, the F223. What's the whole number? Yes. Yeah, so always surface and never submarine. The ship that I spent the most time on was a submarine hunter, so I'm actually doing the exact opposite here. Right, let's hear it. They are in 298. 298. 10 to 16 miles.
Peilung 300 Grad.
Margin of 10 miles. Well, that puts us in a bit of a pickle, because obviously we know that they're somewhere there now at 8:17, and we know that they have done this bit of traveling in the meantime, but we don't know if that's the actual course that they actually turned at that point, or they could have turned there or here, and then they're going this course or anything. So this is basically worthless. We only know that they're there. We don't know that with that or if or when they have turned. So basically, and they definitely changed course. So we're gonna monitor them again for an hour. 8:18, so we're waiting for 9:18.
55 Meter. Herr Kaloy?
And now we spot them at 299, 16 to 26. 299, 16 to 26. Okay. I did not expect that. That can't be right. "16 knots. That's not medium speed.
Kurs auf diese Koordinaten setzen.
Ja. 55 Meter.
Let's wait until 10:18. Get another fix. $313, 16 to 26. That seems more accurate. So still following the coastline, still going 7 or 8 knots. Yeah, gotta surface, gotta catch up.
Anblasen.
Slowly close
Kurs
in.
auf die Koordinaten setzen.
We'll get him. Oh, absolutely. I'm really looking forward to the next update. The Type 9 is my most favorite U-boat, and the reason why I still have to go to the US again. To go to the Chicago Museum of Technology or whatever it's called. Because they have the only surviving Type 9.
Wir sind aufgetaucht.
And I want to see that. And I'm really looking forward to it. Actually, we should probably do some dead reckoning here. Their course is most likely 066. And they are going 7 or 8 knots, something like that. Well, I've just picked up 7, so I'm going to go with 7. That would have been 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4, 5. And they're likely going to stay the course as well, because it's just following the shoreline. That's reasonable to believe. That was... when was that? 10:18. So that was 11:18. Already in the past. 12:18. 13:18. 14:18. So right now they're somewhere along there, and we're catching up. Yeah, we're going twice their speed,
Herr Kaloy, wir sind aufgetaucht.
so it shouldn't take too long. Doesn't
Schornstein raus.
now in the...
Mittlere
I was just about to say it.
315 Grad.
Now, what did I say was that course? 066? Yeah, okay. Let's go on a parallel course.
Kurs 66.
Now in the lovely weather, we should see them, and we do. There they are. That's another save. Yeah, exactly, that's the one. They were trying to scuttle, but couldn't do it in time, and they were on the impression that it's gonna sink anyway. Like the captain that took command of, or that captured the boat also was under the impression that it's gonna sink at any moment, but they actually got it to the shoreline and managed to salvage it. Now there they are, we just need to overtake. Yeah, just ever so faintly on the horizon there. We don't want them to spot us, so that's perfectly fine. So that's 270, that would be exactly portside abreast. And once they go further aft than that, we can start turning in towards them. As of right now, they are still more ahead than astern, so we're gonna keep going. And actually, we might report this.
Funkraum besetzen.
Maybe we can get some wolfpack boats over here. Now the bearing seems to be very constant. But we know we're going faster than them, so that can only mean one thing. That means that the vector is wrong. They're not going 066, because we're going 066, we should be overtaking them. They're probably going slightly more north, so the bearing is staying constant, but we're getting further and further away from them. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn 10 degrees to port,
Kurs 55.
slowly try to reel them in. Yeah, that's an escort right there. Frontal escort. And then there's all the freighters.
Peilung 280 Grad.
They have stern protection, doesn't look like it. Well, they don't need it. I can't catch up to them from the back. Looking good though. Yeah, now the bearing's drifting. You can see the contacts up there. Moving slightly to my stern. Now we're getting them. So let's do 5 degrees to port.
Kurs 5-1.
And another 10.
Kurs 4-1.
And another 10.
3-2.
Now you can already see. Well, we've already finished the course line that we drew. Well, it's wrong anyway, but we're gonna use it anyway. You can see now we're closing in properly on their headline. And we now spot them in 265. Now that's all ships relative, so it's to our port side. What we want is we want to get ahead of them. And then drop down below the waves and let them come to us. That's a lot of them. That's a really good convoy. Hopefully some... Hopefully there's some big tankers and some C3s in there. That would be good. That sailor humming really caught me off guard there for a second. Yeah, now we're really ahead. So we'll take our trusty calculator. We expect them. Oh, there. That was the German exit right there. Oh, Jesus. We expect them to go 066, yeah? We expect them to go 066. So we want to have a 90-degree attack angle. So we'll just add 90. Now that's a southeastern course. That would be if they were going the opposite direction. So we're just going to add another 180 to turn it around. That's 336. Other thing I could have done is you can always do 066 minus 90 degrees, but that gives you a negative value, so that's 25 degrees less than north. So 360 minus 24, 336. There we go. So course 336. Bottom value is the one. That's the actual course. The top value on this thing is relative. But change the course by this and that many degrees. And the bottom number is the actual course. So now we are on our final approach intercept course. And we see them ahead of us. There we go. Nah, maybe we should not do this just yet. So what we're gonna do is do a little sidestep, to go 45 degrees to starboard. And do something like this. And then get on our final approach. Just close in a little bit more. Now, I see them. I'm gonna wait until we're on course. There we go. Yeah, now we see them at 270 and just behind the horizon. I'm gonna assume that that's something like 8 miles. Something like this. You can use the Pythagorean theorem, or whatever it's called in English, to calculate how far it is to the horizon. It's not that accurate, but it kind of works. So let's say 8 miles and 270. So we expect them to be there, and then that would mean that they are actually going this course. And that course is 060. So that makes our final approach course 330, if I'm not mistaken. 060 minus 90 is minus 30 degrees. Yes, plus 360. Yeah, there we go. 330. Let's do that. Probably more accurate.
Kurs
So,
setzen.
course 330.
3-0.
Now, where do we spot them? At 310. Now, the problem is 330 is where I want them in order to shoot. So we're gonna do another 45-degree sidestep.
Kurs 1-6.
And for longer this time. So we see this is us. Gonna go like this, and then we'll intercept somewhere along the lines of there. Let's get rid of that. Let's declutter the map a little bit, because that always winds me up. Yes. So we'll meet somewhere there. I want an attack angle or an attack range of maximum 2 miles, something like this. So at this point there,
Kurs auf diese
we're gonna turn in
Koordinaten setzen.
towards the enemy. At the latest. Let's give our headquarter another heads up where they are now,
Funktelegramm gesendet.
and then main the Mattox again. Man the Mattox again, sorry. Yeah, that's looking good. So might as well turn now. 2 miles. Yep. Both engines ahead.
Kleine
Dead
Fahrt
slow.
voraus.
That's another save. We're in a perfect location right here. Wait until the boat is properly turned. Right here. And dive.
Auf Seerohrtiefe. Herr Kaloy, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundsplit eingesteuert.
Right.
Auf E-Motoren wechseln.
Now we just wait for them to sail into our firing line. They're still very far away, but they will get closer. Now hydrophone man picks up their propellers, very nice. Yeah, and you can with this you can almost see like they're almost going in a line, so we almost see them directly from the front. This is one column of freighters. They're all following each other in line.
Alarm! Konvoi in Sicht! Peilung!
Yep.
300
Anlauf
Grad!
beginnt.
I was just about to say they're probably gonna call the alarm really soon. Right, let's manage this. First of all, turn on the red light,
Wechseln.
so we could get some better visibility should the weather go worse. Then, Richard, start maintaining those torpedoes,
Jawohl. Ich kümmere mich darum.
and you'll get a sailor to help you with that.
Unterstützung.
Ja,
Uboat,
Herr Kaloin.
get on the
Ich
engine.
kümmere mich darum. E-Motoren besetzen.
Volker, you can do battle damage control, that's
Ich könnte
fine.
etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Engler, our newest officer, is gonna lead the attack. Bernard is gonna do the torpedo data computer for you, and the commanding officer manages everything from the CIC.
Ja, Herr Kaloin.
Sounds
Ich
like a
kümmere mich
plan.
darum.
So. The firing solution. Now, the way that the game wants you to do this, if you do it manually, is you lock onto a target. If I find one. If I find the prompt to log on. There, lock on. And then you've got, well, it already tells us that it's a coaster. So there's only one coaster. We know it's an N1, an NA1. And then you go on recognize, and then the ship or the crew remembers for you that that contact is the NA1. Then you can do a speed check, which works by, well, I have to wait for it to get a little bit closer, to do a calculation for you on how fast the ship's going. You need to press the start button down here, and then that unlocks your view from the locked-on target, and you let the ship pass from bow to stern through your center line of your periscope. And once that's done, you press stop and set, and then down here it'll tell you that the ship's going 10 knots. Now, obviously I haven't done it properly. We'll do it later. The angle on bow is what I explained earlier. You have to imagine that you stand on the enemy ship, so you are in the center of that arrow here, and you're going to the top. So this is your headline, 0. And then you have to imagine how far you have to turn your head in order to look at my submarine. So 90 is straight to the side, 180 is straight to the stern, 0 is straight to the front. We're gonna do all that properly once we're in range. And then distance is super fancy. It uses the steady meter, that is built into the periscope. I don't actually know whether or not the U-boats had that in World War II. I am not certain. Could be not. I don't know. I don't know how they, if they had that. Because that is the fanciest way of doing it that I know of. We still do this today sometimes. Like if you have a good nautical officer, he will have one of those steady meters in his pocket, and you can determine the range to an enemy or in contact by that. All you need is the ship's mast height, which we all have all the time, and you need to know your own height, which for a periscope is pretty much 0. Otherwise, you have to add your own value, like your own bridge or wheelhouse height. You have to add that to the thing, and then you just use the lens in this. It doubles your vision, and you just set the other contact on top of itself, and then you get the range. And right now, I'm still very far away, sure enough. But we're gonna get closer. So I'm gonna do it manually once with these tools, just to show you guys how it's done. Someone in chat asked. They don't know how to do it. I'm gonna show you. And then we're gonna do the proper manual firing solution that I always do in this game. Now he's maintaining all the torpedoes, very nice.
Torpedorohr 5 gewartet.
The bearings are only ever so slightly drifting forwards. We're coming closer very nicely. Let's speed this up a little bit. So there's the first volunteer. That would be the coaster. But we can use him to do the calculations. I'm probably not gonna use a torpedo on him because that's a not really spicy target. But we're just gonna do it anyway. So, first of all, the speed. The speed works by taking the time it takes for the ship to pass through this line. So what you do is, or what the game does for you when you do it manually in the game sense, is the computer takes the length of the ship, 78.65. It takes the length of that ship and the value of that stopwatch. So let's just start this. Well, it's gonna be a very, very inaccurate reading because the boat is swaying left to right due to all the waves, and we're not going very fast. But obviously your own speed falsifies whatever you read, so you actually kind of want to be stationary to do this. But if you are stationary, the currents and the sea are just gonna rock you around even worse. You have to die one death. You either have a very bad reading because of your own speed or because the weather is throwing you around. So we let the stopwatch do its
Herr
thing.
Cologne, wir haben unsere Position erreicht.
Thank you. So that's 31 seconds. So what the game does for you, it takes the length of the ship, divides it by those 31 seconds. That gives you the speed in meters per second, and then it calculates times 1.92, turning it into knots, telling you that this ship is going 5 knots. Now the thing is, we've tracked this convoy for ages now, and we know that it's going 7.58 knots, something like this. So 5 knots, probably inaccurate, but we're gonna
Herr
roll with
Cologne,
it for
wir
now.
wurden entdeckt.
How?
Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben.
Did they spot my periscope at this distance? Christ, okay. Never mind, we'll manage. I'm still gonna continue explaining this to you guys. Now, the range, like I said earlier, by recognizing the target, you tell the computer, hey, target height is 20.7. So you set the target on top of itself. Mast height, so waterline on mast tip. Click set, and then it'll tell you 3,300 meters. Angle on bow. Again, imagine you're standing on that ship over there and you look at my periscope. So that's a bit further forwards than to the side. So maybe something like this. So that would be 65 degrees set. And then you have to press on that little speech bubble to tell your character that he has to add those values to the torpedo data computer.
6, 6, rechts.
And then when those values are up to date, it'll show up with that green light. And now that would be a firing solution, and we would likely miss because the values are a little bit off. But that's how you do it with the game. Now, the way I do it, and the reason why I call this maximum difficulty manual targeting solutions and all that, is because I use the range charts from the game Wolfpack, which I'm very, very amazed by that they actually work in this game too. So these milliradian scales up here and down here, they are not for show. They are actually real. They work. So that's the reason I think they did not really have a steady meter in their periscopes. You would use the milliradian scale on the side here to determine the range to enemy. And we're gonna do that. First we're gonna find a nice juicy target that we're gonna torpedo, and then we're gonna calculate that. Now that over there looks like a Liberty ship. That's attractive. That's a T2 tanker. That's very attractive.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Wir wissen, wie es geht. Drehen wir den Spieß
And that's a
gegen diese
destroyer.
Jäger
Coming right for us. Yeah, so we have to evade his depth charges before we can do anything. Yeah, I suppose maybe due to the high sea state, they probably spotted our tower, or the Metox, and the periscope that was coming out of the water. Yeah, bad luck. Bad luck on the approach there. Okay, so they know where we are anyway, so we might as well go down a little bit. Go down to 30. Let's do 15
Tauchen
first.
auf 15 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter.
And a head
Schneller,
flank.
schneller.
Let's do a little
Wasserbomben. Sehr
little
nah.
nip away. There we go.
15
He's
Meter.
quick. Look at him go. Man, steam is power.
Zehn Meter. Kleine Fahrt voraus.
And let's slow down.
15.
Now he should be starboard astern. That's him.
Tauchen auf 10
Herr
Meter.
Kaloin, feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Keine Panik. Konzentriert euch auf eure Aufgaben.
There it is. Yeah, let's try to stay a little bit deeper. Just so that our half of our conning tower doesn't pop out of the water every chance it gets.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
And maybe go up to 10.
Tauchen auf 10 Meter.
Okay, we've got a contact dead ahead. That's a Liberty ship, I think. Yeah, I'm gonna have to dance with him a little bit, but we should still get some torpedoes off. No, that's a coaster. Okay, never mind. But I don't see any other escorts. Maybe it's the only one. If I can hit him with a torpedo, that would be brilliant. if they've spotted us, they definitely reported our position. So every other contact in this convoy should be coming for us as well, unless they explicitly are ordered to stay on the other side because they suspect there's more submarines nearby. And yeah, that's an attractive target right there. I want that. And then the tanker over there, I want that. That's a coaster, that doesn't matter. And that's a coaster. That just passed in front of us, so now we're in the firing position here. Now I don't know if they just declared us sunk and are gonna resume their station. Maybe they will, who knows. I mean, Americans are kind of famous for that. They would drop their depth charges and just immediately declare, yep, U-boat sunk, job done. Like, especially their maritime patrol aircraft did that. They just dropped depth charges and then immediately reported submarine sunk, returning to base. So the sinking numbers on their own end were looking a lot higher than they actually were. But I don't think he has given up just yet. I think he's still turning towards us.
Verstanden, Kommandant.
Awesome, quite happy with today's stream. For a little short while there were 11 of you guys. Half a crew. Half an enlistment crew here. That's pretty good. I like that. I do hope you guys get some enjoyment out of this. And you don't feel like you're wasting your time watching me. That would make me sad. Right, he's turning still turning towards us. He's not aimed his guns at us. So maybe he doesn't quite know where we are. Also, what kind of destroyer is that anyway? One very high mast and one very low. That's not it. Don't think that's it. Oh, it's got the big old radar on top there. Could be a Sims class.
Herr Kaloin, wir wurden entdeckt.
Wir wissen, wie es geht. Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger um.
I'm guessing that's a Sims class.
Alle Maschinen stopp.
Yeah, he's got his projected course line of us. So he's trying to cut in front of us in order to perfectly intercept us. So we'll stop and give the engineers a chance to turn the engine around.
Äußerste Kraft zurück.
And he's dropping.
Sehr nah. Aktuelle Tiefe 5 Meter. Alle Maschinen, stopp!
Probably read the name of the back on that.
10 Meter. Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
Maybe I actually can. Nah, doesn't look like it. So yeah, 2 turrets in the front, 2 turrets in the back. This very pronounced radar dish up there. 1 stack with a slight slope on it. That thing's a radar. Got a mast in the front and then a very, very low mast on that anti-air island on the back there. That is definitely a Sims class. Yep, that's a Sims class. So that's a coaster, that's a coaster, that's a coaster. Yeah, the juicy targets are usually in the middle of the convoy. They don't put them on the outskirts. So obviously they don't want them to be hit. Makes perfect sense. Yeah, that's... We'll have to evade that destroyer for quite a while. But he's coming up behind my stern. Maybe I can get him.
Rohr 5 bewässert.
So I'm just gonna assume a value of 10. Now the mast height is 29. We can do that manually. Oh, perfect. It's already set to 29. So we put him on the zoom in. He is at... Oh, that's hard. 110. So I see him at 970 meters. And the angle on bow is red 120. I just want to point that out. This thing is gonna miss. It's pretty much guaranteed. But we're gonna do it anyway. 2.7, okay. Set the torpedo depth to 3. Magnetic pistol. Cube 5. Launch.
Los!
If that hits, I'm really, really happy. I probably won't. He's already putting a new one in tube 5. Perfect. Not too bad.
Ist auf halbem Weg.
It's gonna miss, but it's
20 Sekunden.
not by a mile. Oh, it's actually kind of good.
Einschlag.
Yeah, I can live with that.
Fehlschuss.
Range estimate was really good. He just told us that we missed here, and he's right over there. So probably more like 12 knots or 11 knots, something like this. Yeah, that was alright. That was alright. Now there's our target. Tanker. E2. Let's... Start the stopwatch now. Bring us up to 9 meters.
Tauchen auf 10 Meter.
And click. That's 37 seconds. So we take our trusty calculator, put in the length, 152.5 divided by 37 seconds equals 5. Oh, whoops. What have I done here? Oh. 152.5 divided by 37 seconds equals 4.1 something times 1.902 equals 7.9. Yeah, enemy speed 8. Parallax mode forward, torpedo speed 44. Enemy speed 8. Lovely. Target gyro angle receiver forward. We're gonna fire a salvo out of the tubes 1 and 4. We're gonna flood tubes 1 and 4. Torpedo speed set to 44.
Machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Wir wissen, wie es geht. Drehen wir den Spieß gegen diese Jäger um. Rohr 4 bewässert. Rohr 1 bewässert.
Oh, there's another one. Right. Mast height is 29 meters. And we spot him over there behind the other one. On the zoom in at 30 milliradian. Oh, that's actually kind of far away, is it not? Yeah. 35.4. That's probably too far away. There's still a C3 coming. I think we can get that. And we don't have to fire our torpedoes at long range and hope that they guess. We can always disengage, shadow the convoy again, re-engage. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna let that tanker pass. Yeah, that's really far away. So 40 milliradian, 26.6. Yeah, we're not gonna hit that. Let that pass in front of us. Destroyer's coming in again.
Schneller, schneller!
40 degrees to starboard.
Kurs 1-4.
Retract the scope real quick. We don't want that to get damaged. He's not dropping any. I don't think he has any anymore. Maybe I can still get him. Now that we're at flank speed, just to evade him. But I mean, it's still alright. We got our speed value off him. Nah, he's so far away. I don't really want to do it. Because they're zigzagging, you know? I might have a perfect firing solution and I'll still miss because they're just doing evasive maneuvers. So, 20 degrees to port.
Kurs 3,
Put that
5,
Corvette
4.
exactly on our port side. And slow down.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
Just to throw them off a little more. Yeah, that's our target. That's what we're going for. And I'm just gonna do one attack, shoot both of them, and then dive away, because I can't just dodge these corvettes and frigates, destroyers forever. What's the water depth here? Not good. Not good. Yeah, this wouldn't work IRL, by the way. This is just a game mechanic. Usually, if they see your periscope, they would just open up on that. I don't know why they didn't put that in the game, or yet, rather. Like in Silent Hunter 3, they would use their small anti-air batteries and whatnot to just shoot at your periscope. Because, you know, if the water next to your periscope, they're still gonna damage the boat, most likely. So I couldn't just rock around in the enemy's convoy with my periscope sticking out the water without anything bad happening to me. They would absolutely punish me for this. So usually, the second I notice a destroyer has picked up my position and they're going after me, the sensible thing to do would have been to just immediately drop down and try to do it again, preferably at night. And he's dropping depth charges. So we're gonna go flank speed, because now they're not gonna hear our engine. Oh, don't mind if I do. So we're just gonna assume that this one's going 12 knots. He's around 400 meters away. Yep, he's red 90. Green 90, sorry. And tube 3 launch.
Kleine Fahrt voraus.
40 Sekunden bis Torpedo-Einschlag.
Ah, missed again.
30 Sekunden.
And this one was even worse, I think.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Convoy?
20 Sekunden.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen.
Range was off.
Verstanden, Herr Kommandant.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Now, here we go. Salvo. Tube 1 and 4. Tube 1 and 4 are flooded. Yes, they are. Magnetic pistol. That is a C3. Mast height 36 meters, draft 7.3, so we set the torpedoes at 7.5, torpedo speed 44. Torpedo speed... I wish I could set this, but there's the menu in the way. We know they're going 8 knots, torpedo speed 44. Where is he dropping? That's not very nice.
Schneller, schneller!
So he is 36 meters high. There we go. And I see him on the zoom in. at 140 milliradians. So we go down into the third column on the right side. 10.2.
Wasserbomben, sehr nah. Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Like this. On the zoom out, it's 40 milliradian. Is that 8.3? Okay, maybe. Let's go 8.3, feels more accurate. Speed set. Angle on bow is green 70. 65, something like that. So I should wait for him to have a better angle.
Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Man, you really want it, eh? Hard starboard.
Oder hart Steuerbord. Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
I'm probably gonna hit to... I think he's just throwing all of his depth charges.
Oder
Oder midships. And that's slow.
Kleine Fahrt, voraus.
There's some aggressive maneuvers by him.
Äußerste Kraft, zurück.
Throw him a little loop. This is so dumb. This would not work. This is so dumb. They could shoot it with. They could shoot at us with rifles, man. At this point. Right, on the zoom out, I spot him at 80 milliradian. So zoomed out, 80, 5, 6, 7, 8, 410 meters. Angle on bow is a green 90. All set. And tube 1 and 4, launch!
Los!
40 Sekunden bis Torpedoeinschlag. 30 Sekunden. 20 Sekunden.
Tauchen
And let's
auf.
get down.
100 Meter. Ja,
I doubt they will even hit at this point.
10 Sekunden bis Einschlag.
Oh, actually they will. Okay.
aktuelle Tiefe.
Good enough.
10 Meter.
Fehlschuss.
Well, one of them hit, the other one went by stern. Because once again, the salvo spread angle was too large. The damn automatic salvo spread is just always too big.
30 Meter.
It is what it is.
Ja.
Now you... Put in a T1 in there.
Wie lauten Ihre Befehle, Herr Kaloy?
Maintain and load.
45 Meter. Tauchen auf 50 Meter.
Now we have to get away from here.
Kurs. Tauchen auf 50 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 65 Meter.
Now only problem is that it's not that deep here. So usually I would drop down to 220 meters or something like this and just go leave the way below the thermal layer. But unfortunately it's not that deep here, so we can't do this. So they will always have hydrophone lock on us, I think. And we will have a very, very hard time to get away.
Ja. Auf Blaulicht schalten.
Herr Kaloy, ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Herr Kaloy, ich benötige hier etwas Unterstützung.
Ja, Herr Kaloy, ich kümmere mich darum.
Oh. I think that was just the C3 splitting in half. Yep. First one down. With a singular hit. That was pretty good. Although the entire maneuver was not that good. This was very, very... You could really feel like... It really felt like a video game, if you know what I mean. Like that would not have... They would have punished me so hard to try this. Yeah, that's one thing that the devs absolutely need to include in this game, is that if they spot your periscope, they should shoot at it with their anti-air guns and their main guns. They should absolutely just pommel you with that. Like every piece of ammunition they have, they should shoot at you if they know confidently where you are. Because right now I could just stay at periscope depth, just taunt them with it basically, and once they run out of depth charges, there's nothing they can do to me, except for ramming me maybe. But then you just dip down a few meters and you're safe then. So yeah. And I mean, I've got potassium absorbers, I can stay down here for a while. There, it goes deeper. Yeah. Right, if there's explosions going on... Come on, give us another one. Just one, okay. Odd. I was gonna say, if there's explosions going on, we can go to flank speed, because their exploding depth charges will drown out every other noise.
Feindliche Schiffe machen sich gefechtsbereit.
Bleibt wachsam, aber keine Panik.
But like this, we don't need to do this. We're just gonna try and sneak away. But we do get the report that they continuously spot us. So we're probably not gonna get away. We have to get to deeper water first. I could also play dead. I could lie on the seabed, turn off every single electric device in here, and just make them think that they actually killed us. Yeah, again, they've noticed us again. One of them's coming in. There's Aztec. And depth charges. Okay, flank speed. These are not very close. I did survive New York, yep. And
Kleine
that's slow.
Fahrt voraus.
Next time they drop, I'm gonna drop a sonar decoy in the middle of it. And then hopefully they'll go after that. Although they do have SDIC, so that's the thing. If they've got a SDIC lock on you, you can do whatever you want with noises. It doesn't throw them off. Why does it feel like it's getting even more shallow here? We should be heading to deeper water. Does get more shallow over here.
Schraubengeräusche direkt über uns. Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
Depth charges. Excellent. Full speed. Flank speed.
Schneller, schneller. Aktuelle Tiefe 25 Meter.
Come on. Get going.
Wasserbomben, sehr nah.
And let's drop a decoy. So once the noise dies down from their own explosions, they're gonna listen in and hopefully detect the decoy and not me. Also, these are very close. Yeah. Sometimes they yell out or something, but these are not close enough. Yeah, now they're further in the stern. I'm surprised they still have depth charges by the amount, how many they drop with each run.
Aktuelle Tiefe 30 Meter. Kleine Fahrt voraus. 25 Meter.
Now you go back to command because you reduce crew noise by a lot. Both of them have the skill. Both of them reduce crew noise by 75%, so the crew is absolutely quiet at this point. Obviously the engine is still causing a bit of ruckus, and the gyro, and the electric dive planes, but I'm not gonna turn those off. Not unless I absolutely have to. Now let's hope they went for my decoy.
Tauchen auf 35 Meter. Aktuelle Tiefe 30 Meter. Tauchen auf
Now it seems to be deeper here.
50 Meter. Meter. Zielposition erreicht.
Now here it is 100 to 200 meters apparently. It stays like this for so long.
Kurs setzen.
Water's really shallow and close to the coastline here.
250 Grad. Korvette, 270 Grad.
They haven't run over me in a while. Maybe they are fascinated by my decoy.
Aktuelle Tiefe 40 Meter. Korvette, 210 Grad. ...45 Meter.
Schraubengeräusche. Großer Konvoi. Peilung 330 Grad.
Aktuelle Tiefe 40 Meter.
Ich könnte etwas Hilfe gebrauchen. Zu Befehl, Herr Kommandant.
Schraubengeräusche. Mittlerer Konvoi. Peilung
They
305
seem
Grad.
to have lost us. I don't want to jinx it, and I realize that I just have. And it seems like they lost us.
Auf Seerohrtiefe.
Ich erwarte Ihre Befehle.
Meter. Herr Kaloin, wir sind auf Seerohrtiefe. Boot für Rundblick eingesteuert.
Let's have a look, shall we? Those convoys are in... those contacts from the convoy are in 280, 216, something like that. Yeah, there's a destroyer looking all the way back there. And there's...
Sinkendes Wrack. 205 Grad.
oh, that's the C3 that we got. Yeah, okay. 281. Yeah, that's the convoy. They've already sailed away quite a bit. Let's keep an eye on that destroyer then.
Schraubengeräusch. Handelsschiff. Peilung 325 Grad.
I think he's assuming his station at the convoy again. He has given up the search for us. Yeah, he's gone back. Okay, looks like we got away, even in this shallow water. So, the plan is pretty clear. Increase range to convoy. Surface. Overtake convoy. And re-engage. Because we still have a lot of torpedoes. We still want to hunt us some Americans, some Canadians. And I want to get at least the first mission objective done on the first mission of Drumbeat. Ends February 1st, 1943. Okay, so that's a year's time. Okay. Okay, we got plenty of time to do this. I don't think Operation Drumbeat lasted this long, IRL, but I'm okay with it. Yeah, I want to get a third milk cow. But that's for next time. And then we'll have a bit of a shorter episode, I think, and a bit more action-packed episode when we immediately start in the vicinity of the convoy. I think that's a good idea. So, I want to thank you guys for watching. I hope you had fun. I certainly did. Lovely to see so many of you in chat. That was really a good thing. And without further ado, I thank you guys for watching, and I hope to see you soon. Bye bye.